Chapter 525. However, it was this hindsight that allowed Qin Wushuang to grasp the essence of the void martial stage. The void martial stage was not the spiritual martial force. It was no longer about the accumulation of spiritual qi. The spiritual martial force was only the stage of the accumulation of spiritual qi. When the spiritual qi had formed the essence in the dantian and condensed into the primordial spirit, it would be the void martial stage. The core of the void martial stage was the word void. This word meant that the training of the void martial stage was no longer about the continuous accumulation of spiritual qi. It had already passed the stage of the accumulation of spiritual qi. The advancement of the void martial stage relied on the consolidation and continuous tempering of the primordial spirit. In tempering the primordial spirit, the training of the dantian was one aspect. Comprehension and meditation were another aspect. In the primordial spirit stage, it was possible for one to gain some insight during training. It was also possible for one to suddenly realize something while walking. It was also possible for one to have a flash of inspiration while meditating. Thus, the miraculous feeling Qin Wushuang was currently experiencing was in fact a positive sign for him in the void martial stage. It was also a qualitative change that he had accumulated through continuous quantitative changes. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Of course, at this moment, Qin Wushuang did not think too much about these things. Instead, he was immersed in this great battle. To him, this battle was not a life and death battle, but a form of enjoyment. Qin Wushuang became more courageous as the battle went on. Each of his moves was easy and relaxed. If it were someone who did not know the truth, they would have an illusion when they saw this battle. They would feel that this was a battle between two elite warriors of the same level, and not a battle between two elite warriors with a difference of 2 levels. Compared to Qin Wushuang's relaxed manner, Luo Zhan even had the heart to die. He never thought that he would be forced into a dilemma by a young man. Of course, it was not because he was not strong enough, but because he could not unleash his full power. Firstly, it was because of Qin Wushuang's restraint. Secondly, it was because of the 3 profound void martial stage spiritual beasts eyeing him covetously. The pressure from these 2 aspects caused Luo Zhan to be unable to fully unleash his abilities. The 3 spiritual beasts at the profound void martial stage were also in awe. Obviously, they didn't expect that their master, whose cultivation level was obviously lower than his opponent's, could be on par with him. Although he had the advantage of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, it was enough for a refined void martial stage cultivator to make a profound void martial stage cultivator so embarrassed. Pure altar precious pig was the first to lose his patience. The fat on his body shook exaggeratedly as he roared, "Master, this old pig will pig you." Treasure Pig took large strides and rushed into the air, striking with both fists. His fist whistled through the air and smashed toward Luo Zhan's face. This kind of attack was simple and crude, but it was also the most practical. When the fist smashed over, Luo Zhan only felt a stifling sensation in his chest. It was as if the surrounding airflow had been swept up by the astral winds of this fist and condensed into this fist as it blasted over. The ripples in the void vibrated, and a protruding vortex appeared. Of course, it was impossible for Luo Zhan to take this punch head-on. Because at this moment, any head-on collision could cause him to take a step closer to the abyss of death. The other party had 3 spiritual beasts at the profound void martial stage. They had enough capital to take turns to fight him and exhaust his spiritual power. Luo Zhan quickly retreated along with the fist aura, opening a path with his battle saber. Obviously, he was on guard against the pincer attack of one-horned mythical beast and hissing sky phoenix. However, being surrounded like this, it was extremely difficult for him to avoid being attacked from all sides. Therefore, although he seemed to have retreated, in fact, he didn't escape from any danger. Hissing sky phoenix and one-horned mythical beast flanked him from both sides and rushed over. Qin Wushuang's purple cloud yin-yang wings were like a ghost, and he had already arrived in front of Luo Zhan. With his 5 fingers raised, the gang sword shot out continuously like bullets. The speed was so fast that it was as if raindrops were falling down on one's face. Luo Zhan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He activated his genuine chi again and whistled continuously. He was also puzzled as to why Luo Ba and Luo Xing had not returned from chasing those two fellows with mediocre strength. How would he know that those two fellows with mediocre strength were actually the jade hare and the mole in human form? These two spiritual beasts were most proficient in the art of topography. Naturally, they could easily lead Luo Ba and Luo Xing to play hide-and-seek and lure them away from the battlefield. Therefore, no matter how Luo Zhon whistled, he didn't get any response. While he was distracted, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A young rush sword had shot into his shoulder blade. The power of the coagulated sword was not to be underestimated, especially the gang sword that was condensed. It was even more powerful. Luo Zhon's heart twitched. He rushed forward without caring about anything else. He threw a spiritual talisman into the air and wanted to escape with the help of the spiritual talisman. At this moment, the pure altar precious pig behind him opened its mouth and breathed out a puff of smoke. It directly enveloped the surrounding airflow and formed an absolute vacuum state. With this suction, the spiritual talisman that Luo Zhon threw out didn't even have time to activate before it was sucked away by the precious pig's powerful suction force. Almost at the same time, the one-horn mystical horse had already arrived. With an imposing manner that could break everything, it drilled into Luo Zhon's chest. Luo Zhon's body rose continuously. He slashed at the one-horn mystical light and borrowed the momentum to rush upwards. Boom! The hissing sky phoenix's sharp claws directly clawed down. Countless claws condensed in the air pressed down one after another. Luo Zhon, accept your fate, Qin Wushuang said resolutely. The Overlord formation-breaking spear was fully activated and pierced towards Luo Zhon's throat. Suddenly, he pushed with both hands. A circular vortex of airflow pushed the Overlord formation-breaking spear up and out. The pushing force instantly increased the Overlord formation-breaking spear's speed by more than 10 times. This was the evolution of the deep core style. Qin Wushuang pushed out all the deep core force with the spear's movement speed as the priority. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the spear pierced towards Luo Zhon's neck with all its might. Luo Zhon was besieged by 3 spiritual beasts and had nowhere to escape. With a cry of RYA, he shrunk his neck and was about to evade. However, even if he could evade the first move, how could he evade Qin Wushuang's second move? Unknowingly, Qin Wushuang had followed the same pattern with the violet sun sword and shot towards Luo Zhon's chest. With a poof sound, suddenly, Luo Zhon's pupils contracted rapidly. It seemed that his entire body had been fixed in place. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of the air and different complicated colors flashed across his eyes. Despair and anger came in waves. He swung the battle blade from his hand and slashed at the enemy with all his strength. Qin Wushuang gave a contemptuous smile. He flapped his wings and flew more than 300 meters away. Rising and falling, he appeared confident and at ease. Luo Zhon felt sorrowful as he watched him. Every generation had new talents. Just as Luo Zhon was on the verge of death, he realized that he was already old. He could no longer stop the rise of the younger generation. This Qin Wushuang. Without a doubt, he would become a source of disaster for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Zhon only felt that his dantian was shrinking. Inside his dantian, his primordial spirit was rapidly retreating. This was the sign of death. And it was a death that not even a divine being could save. At this time, Luo Zhon no longer had the time to worry about his own life. He had tried everything, yet he was powerless to send his spiritual perception to the Tao warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect through the communication jade plate. Carrying unwillingness and anger, Luo Zhon's breathing gradually stopped. He fell to the ground in despair and raised a cloud of dust. An elite warrior at the profound void martial stage had fallen like this in this nameless valley. Qin Wushuang withdrew his stance and instructed, "Heavenly Phoenix, you are in charge of taking care of the aftermath. Bao Bao, you go help Lone. Guard the front with him and don't let any random people come in. I will take them and regroup with Mole, Jade Hair and the others. The other 2 are still waiting for us to take care of them." Bao Bao laughed. With this leader dead, the rest is much easier to take care of. Currently, Luo Ba and Luo Xing were feeling extremely helpless because of Mole and Jade Hair. Despite the rising anger in their heart, they could not do anything. In terms of strength, they were all elite warriors at the profound void martial stage and were certainly stronger than Mole and Jade Hair. However, Jade Hair and Mole had a unique advantage. In such a game, they could not unleash their strength. When they were exhausted from chasing after them, they realized that they were already rushing back. While they were feeling surprised, one-horn mystical horse had already arrived. Pure Altar Precious Pig also followed after him. After Hissing Sky Phoenix had finished taking care of the aftermath, he also joined the battle group. It was much easier to take care of these two. Qin Wushuang did not even need to make a move and victory was already in his hands. These two fought like trapped beasts. In the end, they could not resist the advantage of numbers and both died with grievances. Up to this point, all four elite warriors at the profound void martial stage outside the Morning Sun Town had fallen. To the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, this was definitely a huge blow. Although to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the profound void martial stage was not a fatal loss, elite warriors at this level were the backbone of the sect. With four of them dead, it was a great loss. When Bao Bao and Lone saw that the battle had ended, they came to regroup. Bao Bao said excitedly, "Boss, this is a good strategy. Ha ha ha, when the heavenly Luo Daoist sect chased after us, we killed a few of them. That's right, boss, we must fight this way." Initially, the core of this strategy that Qin Wushuang had thought of was to separate the four of them. From there, they would gather all of their advantages and attack two of them together. This would achieve the effect of breaking them one by one. Each part of this strategy, including the dialogue and the route they would take, had been carefully designed according to the map. Thus, when used, Luo Zhon and the others had fallen into the trap without realizing it. The expression of Luo Ba and Luo Xing before their death had explained everything. Clearly, they would never have dreamed that this was a trap set up by Qin Wushuang. When they had realized the situation, they were already on their last breaths and struggling on the verge of death. After killing the four people, the situation at the scene was too desperate. After Qin Wushuang had destroyed the bodies, he did not spend any effort to restore the scene. It was because with such a messy situation, it would be impossible to restore it to its original state. Sooner or later, people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would also discover this place. However, at the moment, Qin Wushuang needed to cherish time as if it was gold. He needed to catch the enemy by surprise and gain the initiative by striking first. Thus, Qin Wushuang did not linger. After he had cleaned up the mess, he rushed towards the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 526. The distance between the Danxia Prefecture and the Divine Brilliance Prefecture was also extremely far. However, once he arrived at the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, he would not be far from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Thus, although Qin Wushuang was not heading directly to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, in fact, he was only taking a detour. The extra journey would not affect the journey too much. This journey would take at least a month. Along the way, Qin Wushuang was studying the map Lu Xianlu had given him. This map was hidden inside the observant finger jade plate. Although it was not a big map, it had marked many important geographical locations. Although Qin Wushuang did not know what kind of map it was, he knew that it was not ordinary. Or else, Lu Xianlu would not have treated it with such seriousness. On the other hand, the main elite warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had set up an inescapable net around the Danxia Prefecture. They did not know that Qin Wushuang had already broken through their defense line and left. On the third day after the incident, Luo Tongtian arrived at the Danxia Prefecture and started to contact all the elite warriors. He discovered that there was no news from the four elders at the Morning Sun Town. Instantly, Luo Tongtian realized that something was wrong. He did not have the time to find Lu Xianlu and rushed to the Morning Sun Town immediately. Although Qin Wushuang had already cleaned up the scene, traces of the battle still existed. Only, since he did not find the bodies, It made Luo Tongtian wonder if something had happened to those 4 elders. After observing the scene, Luo Tongtian and the other higher-ups of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect were certain that a great battle had occurred at this place. Currently, they could not contact Luo Zhan and the other 3. A strange sense of crisis spread out from the bottom of Luo Tongtian's heart. Head Dao warrior, Luo Zhan is considered a core figure of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If it weren't for special circumstances, he would not have left his post and it would be impossible to contact him. I am afraid that this situation is not good. This person was Tian Mingshan, the 3rd Dao warrior who had been in charge of this encirclement. This person was the publicly recognized number 3 figure in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. His strength was only second to the head Dao warrior and the 2nd Dao warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Although he had not entered the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, he was unquestionably the strongest among the perfect void martial stage. He was already on the path of a breakthrough and could enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage at any moment. Luo Tongtian remained silent. He tried to use the communication jade token to contact Luo Zhan again, but to no avail. Not long after, Luo Tongtian opened his mouth and said, "Looks like Luo Zhan and the others are already doomed." Although everyone had already vaguely guessed this possibility, but when these words came out of Luo Tongtian's mouth, it still made them palpitate. 4 profound void stage elders died just like that. Head Dao warrior, Luo Zhan and the others are all profound void martial artists and there are 4 of them. Although there are many elite warriors in the Shen Yuan Mound, not many of them could kill an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, right? If 4 profound void martial stage martial artists died in the hands of the same person, then it had to be at least someone in the exquisite profound realm to be able to do it. Even if one was at the perfect void martial stage, it would be almost impossible to kill 4 profound void martial stage warriors at once. After all, these 4 living people were not living targets. They would not have waited to be killed in the same place. Could it be the heavenly Emperor Qin clan again? Another elder said angrily. Rich murderous intentions flashed across Luo Tongtian's eyes as he waved his hand. This morning's Sun Town is a remote place. If the heavenly Emperor Qin clan were to attack the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, certainly they would not have chosen Luo Zhan and the others. The others were not attacked at all. I am only worried that it was still Qin Wushuang and his group that killed Luo Zhan and the others. Qin Wushuang again? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially Tian Mingshan, the 3rd Dao warrior, as he said with astonishment, "Head Dao warrior, we have collected all the information about that Qin Wushuang. Regardless of how fast he has improved his strength, certainly he does not have the power to kill 4 elite warriors at the profound void martial stage at once." Information? There was a trace of displeasure in Luo Tongtian's tone. Could it be that Luo Ting's death did not give everyone enough warning? If the information was terrifying, how could Luo Ting have died at the hands of Qin Wushuang? At that time, according to our information, Qin Wushuang was only an ant that had not even entered the void martial stage. What was the result? Luo Ting was chased by this Qin Wushuang for 100,000 miles and still, he did not escape with his life. That Qin Wushuang had summoned 3 spiritual beasts at the profound void martial stage out of nowhere. Whenever Luo Tongtian remembered Luo Ting's cry for help before his death, his heart ached. Luo Ting's death had dealt a tremendous blow to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the Shen Yuan Mound, who was not laughing at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Who did not know that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it? On the contrary, a kid from the human countries had killed their most prided successor, Luo Ting. Head Dao warrior, this way, this Qin Wushuang has already developed into a great calamity for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. From Tian Mingshan's tone, there was a trace of unwillingness. Indeed, to allow a kid from the human countries to turn the heavenly Luo Daoist sect into such an embarrassing situation, this matter was truly vexing and embarrassing. Just thinking about it made him furious. Mingshan, is there any movement from the human countries? After all, Luo Tongtian was the leader of a sect. Naturally, he would not grumble unnecessarily under such circumstances. Tian Mingshan said, Our people have already infiltrated the human countries through various channels. Regardless of investigating openly or secretly, we have all kinds of methods. However, that Qin Wushuang had clearly made all the preparations. His family in the secular world, and his elite warriors of the sect have all disappeared. Up to this point, we have found nothing. Nothing. When he heard these words, Tian Mingshan's heart burned with anger. Since when had the mere human countries become such a hard bone to chew? Head Dao warrior, for sure that Qin Wushuang had made all the arrangements. His secular family, the Heavenly King Manor, only had those servants, the advisors, and the army of the King Manor. As for Qin Wushuang's father, sister, and those death warriors, they were not at the mansion. And Qin Wushuang's sect, the Stargaze Palace, from the palace master, to the core disciples, and the higher-ups, were not at the Stargaze Palace. When Tian Mingshan said here, clearly, he felt somewhat resentful. How could this Qin Wushuang look like someone from the human countries? Even those major sects of the Shen Yuan Mound were not this difficult to deal with. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they had not paid enough attention in the beginning. Now, they had paid enough attention and even the head Dao warrior had stepped out. However, this Qin Wushuang had already taken care of the aftermath. By the time they had reacted, they had already arrived empty-handed. Luo Tongtian said in a low voice, "Last time, those freelance martial artists were driven by Luo Ting's plan and rushed to the human countries. They were intercepted and killed at the dispersed praying mountain. This time, did our people pass through unhindered? It was unhindered, not even a fly. Head Dao warrior, for sure, the people intercepted at the dispersed praying mountain were Qin Wushuang's group. Now, since he had taken care of the aftermath, of course he would not ambush us at the dispersed praying mountain. Besides, he must have expected that the elite warriors we sent this time would not be people he could stop. This kid is extremely cunning." Luo Tongtian suppressed the anger inside his heart and said with an extremely complicated tone, Qin Wushuang, I've said it before, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Mingshan, when the second Dao warrior returns from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, everything will become clear. Just wait. Luo Tongtian had sent Luo Henji, the second Dao warrior, to visit the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect. To put it bluntly, he was colluding with these two first-tier powerhouses and preparing to join the ranks to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Luo Tongtian knew better than anyone that for sure, these two powerhouses wished for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect to join. After all, in these 1,000 years of conflict, although these two powerhouses held the upper hand, they could not destroy the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Now, with a major powerhouse like the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect taking the initiative to join, what reason would they have to refuse? Since they had no reason to refuse, then what reason would they have to refuse if Luo Tongtian wanted to borrow something from them? Head Dao warrior, perhaps, these two powerhouses will let us join the group to deal with the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. However, they should not be so idle as to help us deal with Qin Wushuang, a figure from the human countries, right? Tian Mingshan appeared somewhat lacking in confidence. Luo Tongtian said with a cold sneer, Mingshan, although Qin Wushuang is from the human countries, he has already revealed his talent. With his rapid rise, I am afraid those two powerhouses would not wish to see a great calamity grow under their eyes, right? Even if they do not interfere, could it be that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect cannot deal with a human kid? I don't need them to do it themselves. As long as the Heavenly Punishing Villa is willing to lend their Heavenly Punishing Hawk to us, with the little human countries, even if they hide underground, the Heavenly Punishing Hawk can find them. The divine eye of the Heavenly Punishing Hawk is not ordinary. The Heavenly Punishing Hawk was the guardian spiritual beast of the Heavenly Punishing Villa. Although it had not entered the Supreme Tao stage, it was a spiritual beast at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Plus, the Heavenly Punishing Hawk possessed the bloodline of an ancient spiritual beast. Although its bloodline might not be comparable to Bao Bao's immemorial spiritual monkey bloodline, it was still extraordinary. Although this beast was at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, no one would doubt that sooner or later, this Heavenly Punishing Hawk would enter the Supreme Tao stage. As soon as Tian Mingshan heard the name of the Heavenly Punishing Hawk, He was overjoyed. Head Dao warrior, if we can borrow the heavenly punishing hawk, that little matter in the human countries would be as easy as turning one's hand. For sure, we can pull out all 3 generations of Qin Wushuang from the dark. A trace of a cold sneer emerged from the corner of Luo Tongqian's mouth. I think it will take some time for Second to return from there. Currently, the plan is to capture Qin Wushuang, the main culprit, and bring him to justice. Ming Shan, fellow Taoists, you will continue to be in charge. I will go meet that old friend. When Luo Tongqian said here, his tone was filled with a form of eerie. Clearly, the old friend he was referring to was Lu Xianlu, his old enemy. Luo Tongqian knew that the observant finger jade plate in Lu Xianlu's possession was the key to whether he could capture Qin Wushuang. Although the heavenly punishing hawk could help him capture this Qin Wushuang, Luo Tongqian knew clearly that even if he was willing to lend the heavenly punishing hawk, it would not come this quickly. With a delay, by the time he could borrow the heavenly punishing hawk, perhaps Qin Wushuang would have already escaped to the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Regardless of how strong his heavenly Luo Daoist sect was, they did not have the skill to chase and kill Qin Wushuang at the heavenly Emperor Mountain. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 527. As long as he had that observant finger jade plate, Luo Tongqian would have absolute assurance to dig out Qin Wushuang from within the Shen Yuan mound. Time was running out and Luo Tongqian did not want to delay. After all, if he delayed for another 15 minutes, it would give Qin Wushuang another 15 minutes of time to escape. He must acquire that observant finger jade plate as soon as possible. Or else, it would mean that the possibility of Qin Wushuang entering the heavenly Emperor Mountain would increase. After the assignment, just as Luo Tongqian was about to dismiss everyone, suddenly, a wave of information came from the communication jade plate. It was an urgent message sent by an elder through his spiritual perception. Head Dao warrior, urgent information. Someone saw Murong Shu appear at the Full Moon Prefecture. Full Moon Prefecture? The head Dao warrior was stunned. That Full Moon Prefecture was not far from the heavenly Emperor Mountain. One could almost say that it was the only way to enter the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Why did she go to that Full Moon Prefecture? When talking about this Murong Shu, head Dao warrior Luo Tongqian also had a belly full of anger. If it weren't for this Murong Shu, Luo Ting would not have taken it to heart. He would not have left the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to find trouble with Qin Wushuang. Since ancient times, people had always said that beautiful women were the source of trouble. Now, Luo Tongqian had experienced it deeply. That elder said, I don't know what she wants to do. She keeps her whereabouts a secret. It seems that she is afraid of being discovered. With a gloomy expression, Luo Tongqian instructed, regardless of what she wants to do, monitor her movements closely. Report to me at any time. After a long journey, Qin Wushuang finally entered the territory of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Currently, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had entered a frenzied state to hunt him down. Across the entire Shen Yuan mound, almost all elite warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had moved out. All kinds of bounties had also increased. However, no one expected that Qin Wushuang had already arrived at the headquarters of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Along the way, he had passed through countless prefectures. After trekking for almost 3 months, he had finally entered the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Lu Xianlu's map was a part of the terrain of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. For the past few months, Qin Wushuang had been studying the map in addition to cultivating. One day, in the territory of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, Qin Wushuang stood beside a flowing river and said, "This river should be the Flowing Cloud River, right?" The Flowing Cloud River was clearly marked on the map, and the Flowing Cloud River flowed eastward. Qin Wushuang and the others followed the Flowing Cloud River and soon found the second location on the map. This location was called Lion King's Ridge. It was the most dangerous and desolate area in the entire Divine Brilliance Prefecture. There were very few people living within 1,000 miles of it. Boss, just what does that Mr. Lu Xianlu want to tell us through this map? Bao Bao asked with confusion. Qin Wushuang said, Mr. Lu Xianlu doesn't seem to be the kind of person who does things without rhyme or reason. Since he secretly gave me the map, he must have his own plans. From the conversation between him and that kid from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Lu Xianlu and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect should share an irreconcilable hatred. Boss, that Lu Xianlu seems to know about your identity. He already knows, he just didn't expose me. Qin Wushuang recalled the situation at that time. That Lu Xianlu's implied meaning was obvious. Only, everyone was smart and did not expose each other. Look, this is the Lion King's Ridge. This place is only a few thousand miles away from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If we follow this Lion King's Ridge, we should arrive at the Darkwind Valley. There were many important locations marked on this map. However, this Darkwind Valley was the most prominent and eye-catching one. Qin Wushuang guessed that this Darkwind Valley should be the place Lu Xianlu wanted him to find through the map. Although it was only 2,000 or 3,000 miles to reach the Darkwind Valley from the Lion King's Ridge, they must pass through the entire Lion King's Ridge. Thus, it appeared extremely dangerous. Along the way, Qin Wushuang did not dare to let down his guard. He did not want to disturb those spiritual beasts that were hibernating at the Lion King's Ridge. This Lion King's Ridge was a dangerous place where spiritual beasts roamed. Usually, disciples of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would come to this Lion King's Ridge to train if they needed to. Thus, to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, this Lion King's Ridge was an extremely important location. Along the way, Qin Wushuang flew out of the Lion King's Ridge and arrived at the Darkwind Valley that was shrouded in black fog. Since this Darkwind Valley was connected to the Lion King's Ridge, in fact, it was the continuation of the Lion King's Ridge. It was also an extremely dangerous place. Throughout the year, this Darkwind Valley was shrouded in black fog. When Qin Wushuang looked down from the sky, he could only see the dense fog and could not see the details of the Darkwind Valley. He could only feel the general outline of the Darkwind Valley. Indeed, this Darkwind Valley was a dangerous place. Also, it was extremely vast and he could not see the end of it. It seems that the place Mr. Lu Xianlu had found is not ordinary. Let's fly a little lower and see what kind of scenery this Darkwind Valley has. As Qin Wushuang spoke, he lowered his wings and descended above the Darkwind Valley. However, Bao Bao laughed. Boss, could it be you can't see the scenery inside the Darkwind Valley? You can see it. Qin Wushuang was surprised. Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Like a burning torch, waves of strange red lights emerged from his pupils. This red light seemed to possess a strong penetrating power as it shot out directly. In fact, he was able to see the scene of the Darkwind Valley clearly. Bao Bao said, Boss, I can feel it clearly. Lone, can you see it? My vision is blurry, how could I see anything? There are only layers of smoke. Bao Bao was somewhat surprised. Boss, I can really see it. When Qin Wushuang saw the strange lights flashing in Bao Bao's eyes, he did not find it strange. Instead, he said, Bao Bao, what stage have you practiced the pupil attachment technique to? As soon as Bao Bao heard the words pupil attachment technique, suddenly, he understood something. He slapped his thigh and said, Boss, I remember now. When I was practicing the pupil attachment technique under the wild flame cliff, each time I felt my vision became clearer and more detailed. And there seemed to be two strange flaming lights flashing in my eyes. Could it be the divine perception stage of the pupil attachment technique? The first few realms of the pupil attachment technique were just simple methods of attaching eyes. As the realms got higher and higher, the pupil attachment technique would open the eye of gods, allowing the cultivator to reach an even more perverse level in their eye of gods technique. And for an extremely heaven-defying beast like Bao Bao, he had used the unique terrain of the wild flame cliff to practice the divine fire eyes. The power of this divine fire eyes was extraordinary. Not only could he see 1,000 miles away, he could also see through the darkness as if it was daytime. He could see through the water surface to the riverbed and through the walls to see the other side. Naturally, he could easily see through this disgusting technique to see the situation inside the Darkwind Valley. At the same time, while practicing the pupil attachment technique, Lone's stage was much lower than Bao Bao's. Naturally, this was related to his bloodline. More importantly, This pupil attachment technique was extremely compatible with Bao Bao's own conditions. Thus, he could achieve such a heaven-defying effect in a short time. Qin Wushuang was extremely gratified as he said to Bao Bao, "Bao Bao, is your vision not affected at all?" "Boss, in terms of vision compared to the outside, for sure there is a difference. However, I can truly see through this dark wind valley." "Okay, Bao Bao, then you will be in charge of leading the way." Qin Wushuang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. For this dark wind valley, he had an intuition that this place was definitely not ordinary. It concealed an extremely important secret. Perhaps, this secret was a disguised form of entrustment from Lu Xianlu. Bao Bao took the lead and led Qin Wushuang to descend into the dark wind valley. Before they had taken a few steps, suddenly, a wave of fishy wind blew over from the side. Next, a giant tongue spat out a wave of pungent stench and coiled around Qin Wushuang's waist. A giant strip-shaped spiritual beast that seemed to be a giant spiritual snake or a lizard-type monster spat out saliva from its mouth and charged over from the sky. Qin Wushuang had always been on high alert. Now, with the fishy wind opening the way, how could Qin Wushuang suffer any losses? He waved the hegemon-breaking formation spear and spun out a giant arc to protect his body within a safe area. He raised his other hand and shot out 5 or 6 gang swords from the coagulated sword technique. Pu. With continuous pu sounds, it emitted a muffled collision sound as if arrows had hit leather. Each of Qin Wushuang's gang swords hit the body of that monster. Although the body of that monster was huge, its movements were not stiff. It shook its head a few times and blocked all the power of this gang swords with its powerful body. Despite the ferocious power of that gang swords, it could only scratch the skin of this monster. It was apparent how terrifying the defense of this monster's skin was. After being scratched by Qin Wushuang's gang swords, that monster's ferocious nature was stimulated. It roared towards the sky and opened its bloody mouth. With a hissing sound, a wave of black air spurted out like a poisonous fog towards Qin Wushuang. At such a close distance, of course, Qin Wushuang saw it clearly. He immediately flapped his wings and dodged the spurting black air. That monster roared towards the sky and stood upright. When it stood upright, instantly, Qin Wushuang felt a wave of coldness. This monster's body was indeed huge. It was as tall as a 5-story building in his previous life. Although it was called a huge python, it had obvious limbs. Although it was called a lizard, it had a ferocity that even a lizard could not compare to. The monster roared towards the sky and opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. As it opened and closed its mouth, more than 10 rays of sword qi shot out from both sides of its teeth. They formed a crisscrossing attack that cut towards Qin Wushuang like a pair of scissors. Qin Wushuang secretly praised this beast. He did not dare to be careless. His wings shot up again and he flew into the air. For a moment, he did not dare to dive down rashly. He realized that this monster might be even harder to deal with than Luo Zhan. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 528. This monster's ability to resist attacks was extremely abnormal. Qin Wushuang had hit it with the coagulated sword a few times, but it could only cause some minor injuries. Such abnormal defensive power was many times more terrifying than Luo Zhan's. Qin Wushuang floated in mid-air and looked at this monster in astonishment. At this moment, he could clearly see that it had a thick waist, a huge head, and a row of saw-like sharp objects on its back. Lone was originally a ferocious-looking spirit beast, but compared to this monster, Lone had no choice but to admit defeat. However, although this monster's defensive power was astonishing, it was still at a disadvantage in terms of movement speed. Especially when facing Qin Wushuang, who possessed the purple cloud yin-yang wings, this monster could only fully utilize its defensive power. As for its offensive power, it could not even utilize 30% of its power. This battle was similar to the battle with Luo Zhan. This monster had become Qin Wushuang's training target. Qin Wushuang used all kinds of techniques on this monster, and they were all utilized perfectly. This kind of battle had an obvious effect on Qin Wuxuang. First of all, it allowed Qin Wuxuang to combine his own combat characteristics with the purple cloud yin-yang wings, which allowed his combat power to obtain a miraculous enhancement. This enhancement allowed him to be at ease when facing an elite warrior of the profound void martial stage. For a warrior of the refined void martial stage, it was unimaginable to confront an elite warrior of the profound void martial stage head-on. However, Qin Wuxuang relied on the advantage of the purple cloud yin-yang wings to forcefully turn the impossible into possible. And now, Qin Wuxuang obviously had the intention to train his overall combat power. He tried his best to use the graceful spiritual bow less or not to use it to get rid of his dependence on the graceful spiritual bow. Of course, this was not because Qin Wuxuang was being pretentious. He wanted to use the graceful spiritual bow less so that he could maximize the power of the graceful spiritual bow during crucial moments and develop his own potential to the greatest extent. If Qin Wuxuang had to use the graceful spiritual bow in every battle, it would certainly restrict his overall fighting ability. This was definitely not something that Qin Wuxuang was willing to face. Therefore, ever since he had killed Luo Ting, Qin Wuxuang had started to take the initiative to battle. It was obvious that he had the intention to increase his own battle power, and not bet all of his trump cards on the graceful spiritual bow and those sealed spiritual beasts. Although those spirit beasts were very useful, there was no doubt that they were only helpers in the end. On the path of martial arts cultivation, one's own strength was the main theme. Qin Wuxuang was immersed in the enjoyment of this battle. At this moment, he felt that he was only facing an expert at the voiding realm, not a powerful spirit beast. The purple cloud yin-yang wings sped through the air. Everywhere it went, there was a bright white light, forming beautiful arcs in the black fog. The more the monster fought, the more sullen it felt. It kept roaring madly and clearly. It was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Wuxuang's shameless tactics. It was not that this monster could not fly, but its fat body was destined to be unsuitable for fighting in the air. It would be even more disadvantageous if it were to fight in the air by force. Bao Bao was also observing this monster. With Bao Bao's nimble movements, it would be difficult for this monster to do anything to Bao Bao. At this moment, Qin Wuxuang did not want to summon those 5 sealed spiritual beasts. He only chose to move around and observe each movement of this monster. The unique characteristic of this monster was that it did not evade ordinary attacks. Unless Qin Wuxuang was attacking its vital areas such as its eyes and forehead, it would evade slightly and use other body parts to block Qin Wuxuang's attacks. When facing such tyrannical defense, Qin Wuxuang also knew that it was impossible to hurt this monster with ordinary attacks. Regarding the level of defense of this monster, it had completely surpassed the level of the profound void martial stage. Bao Bao also cried out, "Boss, most likely, this monster has reached the perfect stage. Ordinary elemental attacks will not hurt it." Apparently, that monster understood their conversation. With a loud roar, its body suddenly started to spin at a rapid speed. Suddenly, its 2 front claws pressed down on the ground. As they pressed down, 2 golden rays of light shot out from their palms. These rays of light spread out in an instant. These rays of light were golden in color, as if they had circular patterns that rippled with dazzling elemental colors. Suddenly, Bao Bao's pupils searched. "Boss, be careful. This is the Earth Elemental Technique, Great Earth Gravity." Although this yellow light had not rushed to Qin Wuxuang's feet, vividly, Qin Wuxuang felt an extremely powerful gravitational force pulling his feet down rhythmically. Surprised, Qin Wuxuang flapped his wings and rushed to the sky. That monster gave an evil grin and grabbed with its palms. That golden light was congealed into 2 sharp claws and directly grabbed towards the clouds. When Qin Wuxuang saw these 2 golden claws coming at him ferociously, how could he dare to be careless? He did not take it head-on. Once again, he flew out diagonally with his wings and evaded this violent attack. When that monster saw that Qin Wuxuang was unmoved by force, it was enraged. It went berserk on the ground and its body shook rapidly. Both of its claws kept grabbing at the air. Each grab carried waves of powerful gravitational force. As long as Qin Wuxuang was caught by one of them, it was equivalent to being pulled by an earth elemental rope. Certainly, it would be difficult for him to maintain his balance. In the worst case, he might even fall down. Fortunately, the purple cloud yin-yang wings played a huge role at this time. Regardless of how fast that monster's movements were, Qin Wushuang did not hesitate and continued to rush to the sky. As he rose higher and higher into the air, the monster's attack naturally decreased. Qin Wushuang had almost reached the clouds. Panting heavily, he looked at that crazy monster below. That monster glared at Qin Wushuang with a pair of bell-like eyes and kept roaring as it glared angrily at him. Apparently, this monster was also helpless and angry at Qin Wushuang's tactics. However, it also knew that it was unrealistic to let this human fight it head-on. No one could subdue the other. This caused the situation to enter a stalemate. Bao Bao scuttled to a big tree far away and observed this monster. He communicated with beast language, Wu Jiu La, Ha Chani Bo Wa, Chun Kun That monster was stunned and then whispered a few words. In the middle of the air, Qin Wushuang immediately pricked up his ears to listen when he heard them talking in beast language. When Bao Bao saw that the monster responded, he immediately said, "Big guy, we are just passing by and do not have any evil intentions. Are you the master of this Dark Wind Valley?" Apparently, that monster said with a somewhat displeased tone, "You little monkey, how come you are with a human? This Dark Wind Valley is gigantic, but the surrounding few hundred miles is my territory. This human kid dared to trespass into my territory. I must swallow his primordial spirit." Bao Bao laughed. "Big guy, that human is my boss. He is very friendly to the beast clan. Also, he did not come here with evil intentions. Besides, he is not afraid of you if you want to fight. My boss still has a lot of trump cards that he has not used." That monster kept mumbling, "He has trump cards, do you think I don't have trump cards?" As Qin Wushuang listened to their argument, he also said in beast language, "Big guy, it's our fault for trespassing into your territory. We can apologize to you. However, if you want to fight, we will accompany you at any time. If we keep fighting like this, I don't know when it will end. Why don't we set a time to fight again?" Qin Wushuang did not want to keep tangling with this giant monster. If he kept fighting like this, he would not have any chance of winning. Even if he used the graceful spiritual bow, if the other party possessed the defensive power of the perfect void martial stage, most likely it would be difficult to kill such a giant monster. Unless he increased his strength to the transformation void martial stage. Crossing 2 levels was the limit of the graceful spiritual bow's attack. Although that monster had a big head, he was not brainless. When he saw that this human did not show much hostility, he felt more or less relieved. However, he still hesitated. "Little monkey, is this human really not those martial artists of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture?" Bao Bao laughed. "Our boss is a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He is not related to the Divine Brilliance Prefecture." That giant monster said angrily, "Little monkey, don't lie to me. Martial artists of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect often come here to train." "Heavenly Luo Daoist sect?" Bao Bao laughed. "Are you that scared of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect?" That giant monster said, "Of course I am not scared of those little minions of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, they have 2 elite warriors at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Even I could not take it." The words of this monster were rather honest. Bao Bao said with a grin, "Don't worry, we are not related to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. On the contrary, we are the enemies of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Enemies? Suddenly, that giant monster was stunned. Strange colors flashed in his pair of big eyes. He could not help but size up Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao and said with an extremely surprised tone, Are you guys related to Mr. Lu Xianlu?" Bao Bao was shocked. "Big guy, you know Mr. Lu Xianlu?" That monster said with a face full of vigilance, "You guys go first." Bao Bao laughed and waved his hand to show that he did not have any ill intentions. He said with a chuckle, "Big guy, we share a good relationship with Mr. Lu Xianlu. In fact, he sent us here." When that monster heard these words, he revealed an ecstatic expression. He looked at Qin Wushuang, then looked at Bao Bao. "You are not lying to me? Do you have proof?" Qin Wushuang flashed that map and held that observant finger jade plate in his hand. This is the proof. When that monster saw the map and the observant finger jade plate, he was overjoyed. He kept nodding with his giant head. Indeed, ha, you were sent by Mr. Lu Xianlu? That's great, that's great. The tone of this monster was filled with ecstasy. Bao Bao asked strangely, Big guy, you also know Mr. Lu Xianlu? That giant monster said with a rare sincere tone, Senior Lu Xianlu is my benefactor. He sent me to guard the Dark Wind Valley and not let any freelance martial artists pass through here. Unless the person he sent arrives. Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao exchanged a glance and dropped to the ground. They stood together. Lone also followed them. When he saw this giant monster, he also clicked his tongue in wonder. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 529. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. After the two sides pulled out Lu Xianlu's layer of relationship, they immediately turned from enemies to friends. It turned out that this monster was called the saber-toothed profound yellow dragon. It was also a variant of the ancient dragon clan. Its appearance also had some of the characteristics of the dragon clan. This saber-toothed covert yellow dragon had been born and raised in this Dark Wind Valley. One day, coincidentally, during the heavenly Luo Daoist sect's once in 30 years major ordeal, the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon was caught by Luo Henji, the second Dao warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He wanted to forcefully turn him into a contract beast. Naturally, the saber-toothed cover yellow dragon would rather die than submit. Just as they were in a stalemate, Lu Xianlu appeared out of nowhere, hid his identity and ambushed Luo Henji. He injured Luo Henji and saved the saber-tooth cover yellow dragon's life. The saber-tooth cover yellow dragon had always been very wary of humans, but Lu Xianlu had given it a very good impression. In addition, Lu Xianlu had saved its life, so the saber-tooth cover yellow dragon decided to repay Lu Xianlu. It took the initiative to become Lu Xianlu's contractual spiritual beast, but Lu Xianlu did not do so. Instead, he asked the saber-tooth cover yellow dragon to guard the Black Wind Valley. He absolutely could not allow any rogue cultivator to enter the Black Wind Valley. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was going to train at the Dark Wind Valley, he must stop them within his power. In general, he must not allow large groups of martial artists to enter the Dark Wind Valley. The saber-tooth covert yellow dragon knew very well that it would be impossible for it to complete such an important task on its own. Therefore, it made full use of its position in Black Wind Valley and forcefully recruited many spiritual beasts to serve it. The Black Wind Valley spanned tens of thousands of miles and the saber-toothed subterranean yellow dragon only controlled a few hundred miles of land. However, the beasts in the Black Wind Valley were very united. The saber-toothed mystic yellow dragon continued to run around, convincing more and more spirit beasts to join in and protect the Black Wind Valley's spirit beast world from being invaded. Over time, as the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon's strength continued to increase, its rallying power in Black Wind Valley grew stronger and stronger. In the past 100 years, Black Wind Valley had indeed become a forbidden area for human cultivators. Even for the trials of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, they would not dare to enter the Dark Wind Valley easily. They only dared to conduct the trials near the Lion King's Ridge. For the entire heavenly Luo Daoist sect, unless Luo Tongtian, the head Dao warrior, stepped out, it would be impossible to penetrate the Dark Wind Valley. Luo Tongtian was not a fool. It was not worth it to offend the Black Wind Valley's spiritual beast lair for such a small conflict. Hence, his strategy was to endure for the time being. After he entered the supreme divine Dao, he would slowly look for this batch of spirit beasts to settle accounts. At the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, Luo Tongtian would never allow any powerhouses that could threaten the survival of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, not even the spiritual beasts. What he needed was absolute authority. He would purge Black Wind Valley sooner or later. However, now was not the time. Luo Tongtian didn't know that inside the Dark Wind Valley, a scheme targeting his heavenly Luo Daoist sect was also slowly being prepared. At this Dark Wind Valley, Lu Xianlu had already buried the seed of hatred to crush the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He only needed to wait for the right time to reap the results. That's right, little monkey, I can see that there's an extremely powerful hidden aura on your body. Could you be a descendant of the primal god race? Although this saber-toothed covert yellow dragon was not a descendant of the primal god race, he did possess the inheritance of the dragon clan. In the immemorial era, there were also dragon clans. However, not all of the dragon clans were of the primal dragon clan. Thus, the bloodline of the dragon clan did not necessarily mean one had the bloodline of the primal divine dragon. Of course, possessing the bloodline of the dragon clan was an extremely glorious thing. To a certain extent, the bloodline of the dragon clan was not inferior to the bloodline of the divine race. Firstly, the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon had demonstrated his monstrous defensive power. Qin Wushuang's various attacks could only scratch his skin. He could not even hurt his flesh. Looking at the defensive power of this saber-toothed covert yellow dragon, if Qin Wushuang did not use the graceful spiritual bow, most likely he would need to reach the profound void martial stage to injure the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon with normal attacks. Bao Bao loved it when people complimented his bloodline. With a trace of pride on his face, he laughed. Big guy, I have the bloodline of the primal spiritual monkey. I'm not even 10 years old, ha ha. Each time Bao Bao spoke of his age, the other party would react with extreme shock. This saber-toothed covert yellow dragon was no exception. He looked at Bao Bao with surprise and shifted his gaze to Qin Wushuang. To Bao Bao, who was also of the Beast clan, he held him in high esteem. You human, you are also somewhat interesting. You know the Beast language and speak it fluently. However, your attack power is somewhat lacking. If you didn't have that monstrous pair of wings, I could have killed you in one move. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon did not know the meaning of modesty. Although Qin Wushuang had won some of his respect, he would not hide his thoughts because of this. Qin Wushuang knew that the other party was speaking the truth. He was not angry as he laughed. Big guy, if my attack power could injure you, today you would not have the chance to talk and laugh with us. He was not bragging. If Qin Wushuang was at the profound void martial stage, then even if he did not use the graceful spiritual bow, he could still kill this saber-toothed covert yellow dragon with normal attacks. Stunned, the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon looked at Qin Wushuang and could not help but laugh. Human kid, you are arrogant. However, I admit that you are speaking the truth. Your pair of wings is too monstrous. After he had finished speaking, everyone laughed. After a pause, Qin Wushuang suddenly asked again. By the way, Mr. Lu Xianlu asked you to guard this place. In the end, what secrets are hidden here? He only gave me a map and did not tell me anything else. Nothing. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon was somewhat surprised. Where is Mr. Lu himself? Immediately, Qin Wushuang explained Lu Xianlu's situation. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon kept nodding as he listened. He gritted his teeth and said, It's that heavenly Luo Daoist sect again, this giant tumor of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. These words had struck the bottom of Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao's heart. Especially Bao Bao, he smiled and said, Isn't that right? If this tumor is not taken out, many people would not be able to live a peaceful life. Old Dragon, my boss is the sworn enemy of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Bao Bao was the type of person who would become familiar with anyone. Regardless of who it was, as long as he spoke a few words, he would become familiar with them. You see, he was already addressing the other party as Old Dragon naturally. Do not underestimate this title. This way, unconsciously, it had pulled the relationship between each other closer. Little by little, it had removed the initial estrangement. Ha ha, going against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon looked at Qin Wushuang and his friends with some doubts. Although I admire your courage, I must say that with your current strength, you are still far from enough. For the title of sworn enemy, perhaps Mr. Lu is more suitable, right? What he meant was that their strength was still a bit lacking. This saber-toothed covert yellow dragon was straightforward and did not know how to beat around the bush. Qin Wushuang gave a free and easy smile and did not mind. However, Bao Bao said, Old Dragon, it seems you are still looking down on us. Not to mention the others, At least half of those elite warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect have been mobilized by us. Currently, across the entire Xian Yuan Mound, where is the information about my boss? But what about it? We are still living happily and killing a few elite warriors of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to relieve our boredom. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon looked at them with disbelief. Recently, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has been in a state of chaos. They seem to be on the move. Could it be they are chasing after you guys? Of course. Do you think they are out to relieve their boredom? Bao Bao laughed and his tone was full of pride. With their current strength, it was already incredible to be able to toy with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to this extent. At least, even Luo Tongtian, the head Dao warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, could not sit still. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon mumbled, "This way, Mr. Lu Xianlu had sent you guys here with some reason." Bao Bao took the opportunity to ask, "Old dragon, in the end, what kind of medicine is Lu Xianlu selling in his gourd? You can't let us come here for nothing, right?" The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon remained tight-lipped and did not speak. Instead, he said, "Since Mr. Lu Xianlu did not speak clearly, I will not speak clearly either. Since you guys have the map, you will rely on your own comprehension. I will only tell you that if you truly want to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, this Dark Wind Valley is extremely important to you guys." When Qin Wushuang saw this saber-toothed covert yellow dragon keeping them in suspense, he did not ask and laughed leisurely. "Bao Bao, don't make things difficult for Brother Dragon. I am only worried that Luo Tongtian will deal with Mr. Lu himself. It will be extremely troublesome for him." The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon revealed a gloomy expression. "Because of Mr. Lu, you guys are still willing to drag out an ignoble existence. If it weren't for dealing with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he would have already committed suicide for his beloved girl. Besides, Mr. Lu's primordial spirit was damaged. All this time, he had been holding on by force to live until now. He had been preparing for the final battle with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect for a long time. Only, he had not found reliable people to start his plan." "Plan?" Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. "Yes, a plan. This plan has been around for hundreds of years. This Dark Wind Valley is the core area of Mr. Lu's plan," the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon said with an incomparably deep tone, "and you guys, although you do not know Mr. Lu, you should be the candidates chosen by him. You should be the people he thinks are reliable. But, we have only just met Mr. Lu." From Bao Bao's tone, it was clear that he felt this fact was somewhat absurd. Mr. Lu is an elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Plus, he has a unique way of judging people. For the things you guys do not understand, he knows much more than you. Don't look at how Mr. Lu appears to be unreliable. In fact, he knows better than anyone. Only, while he understands you guys, you may not understand him. I am sure that if you have been opposing the heavenly Luo Daoist sect at the Xian Yuan Mound, he must have known your identity. Or else, he would not have acted so recklessly. This series of accidents made Qin Wushuang feel incredibly incredulous. Inwardly, he was even more curious about the Dark Wind Valley. In the end, what kind of plan had this Mr. Lu set up in the Dark Wind Valley? Without a doubt, Mr. Lu was a clever person. Or else, this swift and fierce saber-toothed covert yellow dragon would never have willingly worked for him. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang suddenly gained a lot of confidence. He only felt that Lu Xianlu's seemingly muddy eyes contained endless wisdom. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 530. Qin Wushuang's confidence had multiplied. He had a premonition that since Mr. Lu Xianlu had prepared for almost 100 years, this plan must be perfect. Even if it was not enough to uproot the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would be enough to strike a great blow to them. To strike a blow to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, this was Qin Wushuang's great ambition. After all, ever since Qin Wushuang had entered the Xian Yuan Mound, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. It had made Qin Wushuang feel a constant pressure. Of course, To Qin Wushuang, this was not entirely a bad thing. At least, all of this could spur him to work hard and not slack off for a moment. Since that saber-toothed covert yellow dragon was unwilling to speak the truth, Qin Wushuang and his friends could only explore on their own. However, Qin Wushuang was not depressed. Since he knew that Mr. Lu Xianlu had set up a plan here, he had the confidence to carry out this plan on behalf of Lu Xianlu. Following the map, Qin Wushuang started to explore the Dark Wind Valley again. Although this Dark Wind Valley had a perimeter of 10,000 miles, it was not small either. It was not easy to find the location of the mechanisms set up by Lu Xianlu. However, Qin Wushuang was extremely patient as he kept exploring in the Dark Wind Valley. Although that saber-toothed covert yellow dragon did not assist Qin Wushuang, he did not set up any obstructions deliberately. However, none of this could baffle Qin Wushuang. In terms of finding mechanisms, Qin Wushuang had sufficient experience and talent. Just like how he had found the fourth circle of the Seven Deadly Arrays formation at the Tortoise King Mountain. After a few days of exploration, he had successfully locked onto the location of the mechanisms. Through different methods, he had successfully found the entrance to the mechanisms set up by Lu Xianlu. This was an underground abyss entrance to the Dark Wind Valley that was not easily discovered. After Qin Wushuang had found the entrance, he followed the instructions on the map and finally entered this abyss entrance. Under the exploration of the underground experts like Mole and Jade Hair, Qin Wushuang had easily entered the abyss. After walking through a long tunnel, he arrived before a huge door. This door also had a hidden mechanism that could only be opened with a special method. Fortunately, this method of opening was vaguely recorded on the back of the map. Qin Wushuang's perception was very high, and he quickly opened the door. Once it was opened, there was indeed a completely different world inside. It could be seen that Lu Xianlu had indeed spent a lot of effort in this underground abyss. Pushing open the door, he saw a space that was not very spacious. This space went down level by level, and with each level, the space became more spacious. However, there was nothing on the upper 5 or 6 levels. There was only an empty space. When they reached the 7th floor, Qin Wushuang suddenly felt a different atmosphere. Around the 7th level, there was an extremely moist and cold earth qi. Moreover, the earth attribute ripples on the 7th level were extremely powerful. Each time Qin Wushuang took a step, he could feel a wave of powerful ripples that affected his steps. Finally, Qin Wushuang pushed open the door to the 7th level. When he pushed the door and went in, instantly, the inside became clear and bright. What entered Qin Wushuang's eyes was a giant space the size of a palace. Inside this space, different shelves were arranged. Above the shelves, different books and playthings were arranged. With one look, one would feel that the furnishings in this space were extraordinary. Qin Wushuang wandered under these shelves and looked around. There were a variety of books that covered everything. Indeed, it was the encyclopedia of the Tian Xian land. Qin Wushuang flipped for a while and was not very interested in these books. Boss, could it be that Mr. Lu Xianlu wants to use these broken books to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Bao Bao did not know whether to laugh or cry. I really cannot see how these broken books can deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Lone did not have the slightest interest in these books. When he saw the bookshelves, he ignored them and quickly searched through this giant space. After he walked around, suddenly, Lone said, "Boss, come and look over here." There were a few traces of surprise in Lone's tone. Qin Wushuang walked over when he heard his voice. In the direction Lone had pointed, a pair of statues were displayed in a high corner. For these two statues, one was Lu Xianlu himself, and the other was a woman. Qin Wushuang had seen a similar jade statue at Lu Xianlu's place. Before that statue, Qin Wushuang looked for a moment and gave a long sigh. Mr. Lu is such a person with deep feelings. It seems that this beautiful senior should be Mr. Lu's confidant, right? Bao Bao laughed. Mr. Lu is such a sentimental person. By the way, boss, look here. The direction Bao Bao was pointing at was the wall that the statue was facing. And the hands of those two statues were making a hand gesture, intentionally or unintentionally. This hand gesture was pointing to the front with the index finger. Qin Wushuang followed the direction of this hand gesture. Suddenly, the two fingers on the statue shot out two waves of golden lights at the same time and hit the wall. When that wall was hit by the golden lights, instantly, it was as if a golden hanging curtain had dropped down from the sky and painted the entire wall into a golden color. Among that golden lights, one after another, tadpole-like black words emerged. Qin Wushuang was extremely surprised as he knew that this must be a trap set up by Lu Xianlu. The words written on that golden light were, "Those who have my map can see this place. Those who have my guidance, please bow 3 times before the statue." Qin Wushuang laughed. This Mr. Lu sure knows how to play tricks. Of course, Bao Bao would not let Qin Wushuang bow. He walked before that statue with a chuckle. "Mr. Lu, and Mr. Lu's sweetheart, hello. I am Bao Bao, let me bow to you guys." As he spoke, he bent his waist and bowed 3 times. Then, he clapped his fingers and said with a chuckle, "Boss, now that I have bowed, let's see what instructions you have for the next step." Before Bao Bao had finished speaking, suddenly, the 5 fingers of that statue opened up and a dozen lightning-like lights shot out from the center of the palm. These rays of light hit the golden light one after another, forming a very ferocious monster head. Just as Qin Wushuang and his friends were stunned, again, waves of sharp lights shot out from the pupils of those 2 statues and hit the position of that malevolent head. Boom! When this power was concentrated at the position of that head, it instantly pierced through the wall. It splashed up the dust on the ground. Qin Wushuang could not help but sigh with emotion. Indeed, this Mr. Lu was a master of craftsmanship. He had designed such a breathtaking mechanism. After everything was done, those 2 statues regained their calmness and did not make any further movements. Qin Wushuang observed those statues carefully for a long time. Finally, he realized that Lu Xianlu did not control these statues with puppets. Instead, he used spiritual talismans and different kinds of ingenious external forces to achieve such a heaven-defying effect. Lu Xianlu was a master craftsman. Naturally, the spiritual talismans he made were beyond the reach of others. Since everything was made by Lu Xianlu, it was not strange at all. Sky-pilfered Mole and Moon Palace Jade Hair followed the old rules and took the lead to pass through the cave where the head was. After a moment, they turned around. "Master, come in." Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao, and Lone also followed them. Behind this wall was where the real essence of the place lay. If others had arrived at this 7th level and saw that this giant space was filled with all kinds of secret books and stories, all kinds of valuable decorations, crystal stones, spiritual talismans, pills, and weapons, most likely they would have been intoxicated. If that was the case, they would never have imagined that outside this 7th level, there was a sky beyond a sky. Qin Wushuang looked around this space. Although it was not as big as 1/4 of the space in the 7th level, the things placed here were also very few. However, each item here could be said to be the essence left behind by Lu Xianlu. Countless crystal stones dazzled Qin Wushuang's eyes. And all kinds of weapons also overwhelmed Qin Wushuang. Besides, there were some spiritual talismans placed in the corner. With one look at the material and shape, he knew that it was the essence of Lu Xianlu's lifetime work. Qin Wushuang's gaze was not attracted by all of this. Instead, his gaze stopped on a table that was enshrined with a memorial tablet. That table was extremely simple and unadorned. A memorial tablet was placed on top of it. However, there was not a single word written on it. Only, a vivid and lifelike statue was engraved on top of it. Qin Wushuang knew that for sure, this was the place where Lu Xianlu held a memorial service for his beloved. Immediately, he walked before it respectfully and bowed. Then, he said, "Senior, Qin Wushuang did not come here with the intention to offend you. If I have offended you, please forgive me." As Qin Wushuang spoke these words, suddenly, he saw rows of fine words engraved on the stone platform behind the memorial tablet. "Those who enter this room can inherit my life's essence. You must also complete my dying wish." Getting straight to the point, Lu Xianlu had described the grudges between him and the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It also described how Luo Tongtian had persecuted him. Although these words were not long, each word and sentence was filled with deep hatred. Apparently, Lu Xianlu had written it with tears of blood as his words carried grief and anger. So, Mr. Lu and that Luo Tongtian had formed a grudge because of this girl. It seems that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has a tradition of bullying men and tyrannizing women. Clearly, this girl was in love with Mr. Lu, yet Luo Tongtian had snatched her away. It's truly hateful. Qin Wushuang kept sighing and said seriously to that memorial tablet, Mr. Lu, and this senior, I, Qin Wushuang, swear that in my entire life, as long as I have one breath left, I will never stop my grand ambition of destroying the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. There were no solemn promises, nor were there any boastful words. However, inwardly, Qin Wushuang knew better than anyone that to him, he had no other choice but to destroy the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Either you die, or I die. These words had clearly summarized the relationship between him and the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Following the guidance of Lu Xianlu's words on the stone platform, Qin Wushuang also had a preliminary understanding of the layout of this secret room. In this secret room, Lu Xianlu had left behind 6 major treasures. And those dazzling crystal stones were only additional gifts outside of the 6 major treasures. Qin Wushuang looked at the treasures around him. These were the essence of Lu Xianlu's lifetime collection. Of course, there was not a single thing that was just there to make up the numbers. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 531. For each of these 6 great treasures, Qin Wushuang felt a rush of excitement. Qin Wushuang looked at them one by one. The first one was called the Spiritual Power Pearl. This object was placed in a box and tied with a bracelet. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary ornament. However, after careful observation, as long as he communicated with this pearl, he would instantly feel a wave of powerful presence that would make one feel as if they were reborn. This presence even carried a trace of desolation from the ancient times. The spiritual power origin bead was a treasure passed down from the antiquity age. Although it was not a divine path item, anyone below the divine path who obtained this item could be reborn as long as they were supported by the spiritual power origin bead for a moment, no matter how much spiritual power was consumed or how much primordial spirit was exhausted. Of course, the prerequisite was that there must be no fatal injuries. If it was a fatal injury that could not be healed, after all, this spiritual power pearl did not have the power to bring the dead back to life. To put it bluntly, this was an endless source of spiritual qi. Of course, this spiritual power pearl did not have an endless source of spiritual qi. Instead, this spiritual power pearl possessed an extremely powerful ability to summon spiritual qi. It had a form of imperceptible absorption of the spiritual qi from the surrounding environment. Through absorbing the spiritual qi from the surrounding environment, it would provide the owner with spiritual qi. In the end, it would act as a rapid bridge. For such an object, if it were to fall into the Shen Yuan mound, even if those supreme Dao elite warriors would not put it in their eyes, ordinary martial artists would surely go crazy for it. Most likely, they would not hesitate to give up their lives for it. After all, with such a treasure, it meant that one would not need to worry about consumption in battle. For a long battle, it would be extremely beneficial. Of course, this spiritual power pearl could only provide spiritual qi. After all, it would not allow a weak martial artist to defeat a martial artist of a much higher level. Thus, with this spiritual power pearl, it did not mean that one could sweep across the martial arts world. The second object made Qin Wushuang's heart beat faster. This object was the kind of pill that could instantly increase one's level. In the martial arts world, it was impossible to achieve any level easily. From each level to the next, it required a process of accumulation. For those with high talent, they would take a shorter time to climb to each level. It would be easier for them to comprehend and break through. For those martial artists with lower talent, they would take a longer time and the process would be extremely difficult and dangerous. At a certain limit, they would never be able to increase their level. To obtain an instant increase in level without any effort, for such a matter, unless one was blessed by the heavens, it would have to go against the natural order. Usually, such actions would rely on the help of external objects. For example, it was possible to obtain a supreme elixir. Or, it was possible to obtain a spiritual fruit or elixir from the natural world, which could instantly increase one's cultivation base. Of course, the probability of such an occurrence rate. Among 100,000 martial artists, perhaps not one would have such fortuitous encounter. And this was a heaven defying the natural order, the heavens and the heavens, the heavens, the heavens, the heavens by the heavens and heavens by the heavens and the heavens is. The heavens is heavens. This pill belonged to the category of heaven defying. Qin Wushuang looked at this pill curiously and said with a smile, "That Mr. Lu is an elite alchemist." Qin Wushuang laughed and remembered that he had also learned alchemy at the Stargaze Palace. Only, to Lu Xianlu, that level of alchemy was insignificant. Looking at this pill, it did not appear to be anything astonishing on the surface. However, similar to that spiritual power pearl, if one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to sense the essence within it. Boss, since this pill can increase one's level unconditionally, why didn't Senior Lu Xianlu take it himself? Qin Wushuang was also curious. However, outside the jade pot that contained this pill, a line of words had been carved and gave Qin Wushuang the answer. Initially, Lu Xianlu had reached the peak of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Without the guidance of the Supreme Tao, he would never enter the Supreme Tao stage. In other words, he had already dug out the potential of his body to the extreme. Thus, to him, this pill would not be effective. In other words, this sky-pilfered pill would only be effective on martial artists who had not dug out their potential to the extreme. If it was used on martial artists who had reached a bottleneck and could not break through, it would be a meaningless waste. Additionally, besides Lu Xianlu's strength reaching the extreme, his own primordial spirit was severely damaged. Since he was relying on this pill to maintain his life, it was destined that he would never take this pill again. As Qin Wushuang sensed the powerful presence of this sky-pilfered pill, his heart throbbed. He thought that Senior Lu Xianlu was indeed a great person to have refined such a miraculous pill. Yet, he was able to control the temptation and did not take it. Instead, he left it here to wait for the destined person. Such foresight and breadth of mind were beyond the reach of ordinary people. The first two treasures had already made Qin Wushuang click his tongue in wonder. The third treasure was something like a seal. This object was not big and could be grasped with one hand. Qin Wushuang looked at the introduction, ground tracking seal. Initially, this object had been refined from the bones of a 10,000-year-old earth attribute demonic beast. Not only did it possess a powerful earth attribute, it also possessed a powerful tracking power to those who used the earth escape technique to escape. As long as one was sealed by this ground tracking seal, even if they had escaped to the ends of the earth, it would follow them like a maggot in the tarsal bone. It would never lose track of their whereabouts. Besides this nature-defying ability, this object also possessed a powerful gravitational force. When using this object, it could increase the gravity within 10 miles. As for how much it would increase, it would depend on the strength of the person who used this object. Even for a martial artist who had just entered the void martial stage, it would be enough to increase the gravity by 5 times. If a martial artist at the perfect void martial stage were to acquire this object, they could instantly increase the gravity by 20 times. To those elite warriors who used the high altitude to fight, what kind of impact would it be if the gravity suddenly increased by 20 times? Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of this. When he was fighting with that saber-tooth cover yellow dragon, that dragon had only used some gravitational force to increase the gravity. Instantly, it had greatly restricted his movements in the air and he had almost been dragged down. It could be said that if this object could be used well, it could unleash an unimaginable effect in actual combat. Indeed, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed at this unexpected turn of events. Even Bao Bao clicked his tongue in wonder. "Boss, this ground tracking seal is so nature-defying, it seems Mr. Lu has hidden a lot of good things. Even if I am a powerful earth attribute spiritual beast, it would be difficult to increase the gravity by 10 times instantly, and this divine skill consumes a lot of spiritual qi. Using the gravitational force technique can be said to be a technique that harms 1,000 and harms oneself 800. With this object, it would be much easier. Qin Wushuang had always been envious of the gravitational force technique. Now, when he saw this ground tracking seal, of course, he was reluctant to part with it. However, after looking at the 3 treasures, he still did not take any of them. After he had finished looking at them, he returned them to their original places and did not move them lightly. The 4th treasure was not a medicinal pill, nor was it a weapon. Instead, it was a strangely shaped mask. This mask was called the Heart Illusion Mask. This mask could change its appearance according to its owner's preferences. Compared to the masks Qin Wushuang was using now, this mask was much more superior. One mask could change into an unlimited number of illusions. Besides a top craftsman like Lu Xianlu, there would not be more than 10 craftsmen in the entire Xianyuan Mound who could do it. Although this mask did not appear as dazzling and enticing as the previous 3, to Qin Wushuang's current situation, it was extremely important. Qin Wushuang put down this mask and walked to the 5th treasure. The 5th treasure was 5 talismans that were placed in a box. These 5 spiritual talismans were completely different than all the spiritual talismans Qin Wushuang had seen in the past. These 5 spiritual talismans were combat spiritual talismans. They could be added to weapons and increase the attack power by a few times. In the martial arts world, this type of spiritual talisman was not rare. However, the quality of these 5 spiritual talismans was not ordinary. Since they were made by Lu Xianlu and displayed here, they would not be inferior goods. One would know a thing or two just by looking at their names. These 5 spiritual talismans were named after the Divine Tao 5 elemental talisman. In other words, these 5 talismans had secretly combined the 5 elements. Although they were not the true Divine Tao power, they were close to it. Or else, Lu Xianlu would not have boasted such a big mouth and given such a flashy name. Qin Wushuang felt a rush of excitement. In many real battles, even if he had used the graceful spiritual bow, he would still feel powerless when facing those super monstrous opponents. This was because his own cultivation base had limited him from unleashing the potential of the graceful spiritual bow to the extreme. If he could use these 5 spiritual talismans to increase the power of the graceful spiritual bow by a few times, then he would have much more confidence when facing a true expert. Thinking of this, Qin Wushuang's gaze became excited as he looked at the 5 spiritual talismans. These 5 spiritual talismans could be said to have struck the bottom of his heart. Qin Wushuang did not indulge in these spiritual talismans. Instead, he walked to the 6th item, which was also the last treasure. To be precise, this was not a treasure at all, but a secret manual. The name of this secret manual was The Great Golem Puppet. This great golem puppet was not a puppet technique similar to the secret path of divine venomous insects that Qin Wushuang had snatched from the black-clothed cultivator at the Tortoise King Mountain. The core of this technique was not to control puppets, but to refine the golem puppet doppelganger for oneself. In real battles, the puppet technique could be used to block disasters and eliminate difficulties, such as the golden silkworm shedding its shell, and so on. If this great golem puppet doppelganger was well crafted, it could definitely pass off as the real thing and make people unable to distinguish the real one. By sacrificing one golem puppet, one could easily escape with their real body. Indeed, such methods were unheard of. Qin Wushuang's heartbeat sped up as he watched. It could be said that each of these 6 treasures had moved Qin Wushuang. However, he knew that to take these 6 treasures, it meant that he must help Lu Xianlu complete his great ambition of destroying the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Of course, this was not an exchange. It was because Lu Xianlu's great ambition happened to coincide with Qin Wushuang's great ambition. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 532. Qin Wushuang walked around this secret room again. However, he did not become overly excited because of the appearance of these 6 great treasures. Now, he had another question. If Lu Xianlu had set up everything to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, why would he choose this place as the location? Apparently, since this place was so close to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, It did not make sense if it was only used to store treasures. After all, everyone knew that if these things were used to deal with the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect, they should have set it as far away from the sect as possible. This Dark Wind Valley was a major training ground for the disciples of the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect. Even without a map, it was possible for them to be discovered. Since Qin Wushuang could see the risks involved, it would be impossible for someone like Lu Xianlu to not see it. However, since he could see it, why would Lu Xianlu set it up like this? Qin Wushuang knew clearly that there must be a deeper reason behind it. However, Bao Bao was overjoyed as he said to Qin Wushuang with a grin, "Boss, Mr. Lu left so much wealth for you, you have made a great profit this time. With these things, you will have more confidence to deal with the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect, right?" Qin Wushuang laughed. Mr. Lu appears and disappears unpredictably. Now, I am thinking, why did he choose this place? Bao Bao also had a head full of questions. However, to him, these were not important. He felt that the most important thing was that these things were useful. That was enough. Boss, why do you care so much about him? Let's just take all the things and deal with the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect with all our strength. It's enough to not disappoint Mr. Lu. It's meaningless to think too much. Qin Wushuang only smiled and did not speak a word as he started to observe this secret room. He firmly believed that with Lu Xianlu's personality, he would not do this without any motive. Indeed, when Qin Wushuang had walked around a dozen times, his gaze stopped behind the stone table where the great golem puppet was. A mural was carved on the wall behind this stone table. As Qin Wushuang looked at these vivid and lifelike mural, suddenly, he became thoughtful. Bao Bao, Lone, look at that mural, it's somewhat strange. Qin Wushuang felt that this mural seemed to be somewhat metaphorical. Bao Bao and Lone watched for a moment and did not have the slightest clue. Qin Wushuang stared at the mural and pondered. He felt that every procedure that Mr. Lu Xianlu had set up in this secret room was very reasonable. This mural was definitely not just for decoration. It was very likely that there was some kind of mystery hidden in this mural. After looking at it for a moment, Qin Wushuang took out the map of the Xian Yuan Mound. He found the location of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture and started to look at it carefully. Next, he compared it to the map given by Lu Xianlu and said thoughtfully, "Bao Bao, look, on that mural, the shape and position of this mountain, could it be related to the Heavenly Sun Mountain on the map?" On the map, the Heavenly Sun Mountain was the exact location of the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect. This heavenly Luo-Daoist sect had occupied the Heavenly Sun Mountain and controlled the lifeline of all resources. It had established the supreme position of the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect in the Xian Yuan Mound. Qin Wushuang looked at the mural again. The content of this mural was somewhat similar to the Foolish Old Man Moves the Mountain from Qin Wushuang's former world. However, in terms of the details, it was completely different from the Foolish Old Man Moves the Mountain. On this mural, it indicated an extremely important route. It seemed to lead to the center of the Heavenly Sun Mountain. According to the content of the map, it seemed that if one could enter this center and destroy the lifeline of the Heavenly Sun Mountain, they would be able to destroy the mountain. "Mr. Lu, is this guiding me to attack the Heavenly Sun Mountain?" Qin Wushuang mumbled to himself. He must admit that this mural was somewhat obscure as it did not contain any hints. However, according to his interpretation of this mural, it should be reflecting the Heavenly Sun Mountain and conveying a message. To deal with the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect, one must first overturn the Heavenly Sun Mountain. As long as one could destroy the lifeline of the Heavenly Sun Mountain, they would be able to destroy the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect. It was because the last mural depicted a palace that symbolized the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect collapsing with a loud rumble. In fact, the hidden meaning was already apparent. To attack the Heavenly Sun Mountain, follow this route. Qin Wushuang combined the two maps and kept following it. Gradually, his expression became less confused and brighter. He slapped his thigh and cried out, "It seems that Senior Lu Xianlu meant it this way. To attack the Heavenly Sun Mountain is to seize the lifeline of the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect. And if this route goes deeper, it will be the vital point of the Heavenly Sun Mountain. It's like hitting the weak spot of a snake. Can we hit the vital point in one move? Bao Bao laughed. Boss, surely Mr. Lu meant it this way. Now that you have understood it, we should not hold back with these things, right? In fact, Bao Bao cared more about these treasures left behind by Lu Xianlu. He was extremely happy to see Qin Wushuang become stronger and kill in all directions. Especially when dealing with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Bao Bao was extremely passionate and addicted to it. If he could acquire the support of these equipment and treasures, it would not be as simple as bragging to relieve boredom when dealing with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He would have the ability to put it into action. Boss, why don't you consume that sky-pilfered pill first? Let's talk about it after you have advanced to the next level, Bao Bao suggested. However, Qin Wushuang shook his head. No rush, now is not the time to consume this sky-pilfered pill. Then when would it be appropriate? Bao Bao felt extremely strange. When I enter the transformation void martial stage. A trace of confidence hung on Qin Wushuang's face. Apparently, he already had a plan inwardly. Bao Bao was overjoyed. Boss, this way, you are about to break through? Qin Wushuang said, during this time of comprehension and accumulation, I have accumulated a lot of foundation in the void martial stage. Although I cannot say when I will break through, in terms of the stage, I have indeed sensed a form of sublimation. During the first breakthrough in the void martial stage, I hope to use my own comprehension to achieve the first breakthrough in the void martial stage. This was Qin Wushuang's idea. If he relied on pills for the first breakthrough in the void martial stage, then he would not be able to accumulate much experience and knowledge for the later breakthroughs. Only by personally experiencing this process and gaining inspiration would he be able to gain more insights in his future breakthroughs. Thus, for the step of entering the transformation void martial stage, Qin Wushuang decided to do it alone and would not borrow any external power. He would also not rely on absorbing spiritual qi to replenish his dantian. At the void martial stage, the accumulation of spiritual qi in the dantian was secondary. The most crucial part was the sublimation of the primordial spirit. The accumulation of spiritual qi could only ensure sufficient spiritual qi. The improvement of the primordial spirit was the main melody for the breakthrough in the void martial stage. Thus, Qin Wushuang must participate and experience the pulse of this melody. Only by experiencing it himself could it be counted as a fortune. Of course, Bao Bao and Lone would not object. After Boss had entered the transformation void martial stage, the result would be completely different if he were to consume the sky-pilfered pill. By that time, Qin Wushuang could enter the profound void martial stage. To Qin Wushuang, who was shouldering tremendous pressure and was about to fall into a tough battle, it would definitely be good news. Bao Bao put away those 6 goods one by one and delivered them to Qin Wushuang with a grin. Boss, this is Mr. Lu's request, you must not disappoint him. Don't you humans always say this sentence? It would be impolite to refuse. If you don't put it away, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Mr. Lu? Qin Wushuang put away these 6 goods and returned to that memorial tablet. He said respectfully, Mr. Lu, I have received your great gifts. I will use all my power to destroy the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and bring Luo Tongtian's head here. It would not be easy to get Luo Tongtian's head. Luo Tongtian was a super elite warrior at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. He was only one step away from the supreme Dao stage. Of course, Qin Wushuang had no reason to fear him. That Luo Tongtian was an old guy who was a few hundred years old. And he, Qin Wushuang, was only a rising star in his early 20s. He had time and the future. Even if he could not do it now, he would have enough time to waste with Luo Tongtian in the future. At this moment, Qin Wushuang was extremely confident. He knew that with his current talent, one day, he would enter the supreme Dao stage. With that 7 deadly arrays formation, it meant that he must aim for the supreme Dao stage in his future. Perhaps, the supreme Dao stage would be a new starting point for him. Carrying such confidence, Qin Wushuang put away the 6 goods in full detail. The first thing he did was to put on that heart illusion mask. With this item, Qin Wushuang could change his appearance as he wished. As long as there was a face in front of him for him to imitate, he would be able to imitate it vividly. It was also because of this that this mask appeared so unique. As for the other items, each of them had a unique function. It could almost be said that they were tailor-made for Qin Wushuang. Especially the Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman, when combined with the graceful spiritual bow in battle, it could instantly increase the power of the graceful spiritual bow by several times. To Qin Wushuang, this was absolutely a timely help. And the landing tracking seal could instantly increase the gravity by several times. Once he encountered someone with extremely strong aerial combat ability in an actual battle, he could suddenly use it to cause the opponent's gravity to lose its stability in a split second and find an opportunity. This was absolutely a great auxiliary killing weapon. What's more, this item could also be used as an excellent tool for tracking the earth evasion technique. It could be said that it had many functions, which allowed Qin Wushuang to gain a lot. Boss, you have to study this golem puppet of yours. If you can craft a few golem puppets, for sure it will be useful in the future. Bao Bao chuckled. Besides, Lone and I can also make a few to play with. In case we encounter an elite warrior that we cannot beat, we can leave behind a puppet and let our true body escape. That would be a life-saving asset. This golem puppet secret book recorded the method to craft the puppets. There were many methods. One could directly use a person's house as a puppet. This method was extremely cruel. One could directly capture a martial artist alive and extract his primordial spirit to kill him. Then, the house would be refined into a puppet. For such puppet, the degree of imitation was high. It would not be a problem to pass off as the real thing. The only shortcoming was that it was too cruel. The other method was to use special materials to refine the body of the puppet. However, this method had high requirements for the materials. The raw materials were not easy to obtain. Qin Wushuang flipped through this golem puppet secret book. After only a few pages, he was deeply engrossed in it. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 533. It had to be said that the golem puppet was a very attractive divine ability. Apart from the two methods mentioned earlier, there was also a method to refine great golem puppets. That kind of method could only be refined by supreme Tao powerhouses. It was because it required the primordial spirit to separate the divine soul and transform the divine soul into reality to form the puppet. Among the elite warriors of the supreme Tao, only a few of them would use this method. It was because to craft the golem puppet, one must grasp the method to craft the puppet. Only then could one use the divine soul to condense the puppet. Qin Wushuang put away this golem puppet book. After walking around the secret chamber for a few more times, Zhong Tai found that there was also a large secret chamber on the outside. There were crystal stones, armors, weapons, elixirs, and so on. Zhong Tai didn't know what to say. Qin Wushuang knew that Lu Xianlu had left these here to prepare to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Naturally, with Qin Wushuang's power alone, it was impossible for him to move all the wealth here. He decided to not touch these wealth for now and let them stay here in case of emergency. According to the introduction left behind by Lu Xianlu, these wealth were enough to be on par with the wealth of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although Qin Wushuang could not measure the wealth inside, such a large palace-like underground room was filled with such goods. It was enough to see how many good things Lu Xianlu had collected in these 100 years and how much preparation he had made to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. To put it bluntly, if Lu Xianlu intended to build a sect, he could complete all the steps in half a year as long as he had enough manpower. And he would not have to worry about the lack of wealth. These treasures were enough to make a second-rate powerhouse feel ashamed of their inferiority. For now, Qin Wushuang only took one ladle to drink. The rest of the goods remained in their original place. He would come back to excavate them when he needed them. Qin Wushuang walked out of this abyss layer by layer and sealed it completely. Then, without leaving any traces, he walked out and saw the light of day again. Not long after he walked out, the saber-toothed profound yellow dragon emerged from the ground. The appearance of such a huge creature always caused a huge commotion. "Big guy, Why are you here? Bao Bao was extremely curious. You are neglecting your duty. Go back to your territory and guard it properly. The saber-toothed subterranean yellow dragon didn't think much of it, and laughed foolishly. Looks like you're a lucky fellow, and have already obtained the secret treasure room that Mr. Lu left for his descendants. Congratulations. Qin Wushuang nodded and said to the saber-toothed subterranean yellow dragon, Brother Dragon, how many people like you are there in Black Wind Valley? The saber-toothed subterranean yellow dragon laughed. Mr. Lu is quite popular here. Other than me, there are at least 3 or 4 spirit beasts working for him. We would not dare to boast about other places of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. However, for this Dark Wind Valley, even the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not gain any benefits. However, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had a mutual understanding. They knew that they should not offend the Dark Wind Valley. Therefore, ordinary disciples would not dare to come to the Dark Wind Valley. Even if they did come, sometimes they would disappear without a cause, and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not dare to look into it. If you have such skills, why don't you go to war with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect on behalf of Mr. Lu? Bao Bao asked with confusion. Go to war with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The saber-toothed subterranean yellow dragon did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little monkey, you are not joking, right? Our Dark Wind Valley has 4 suzerains, and they are all super spiritual beasts at the perfect void martial stage. However, if we were to go to war with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, we would be digging our own grave. In our own territory, we have the geographical advantage and can play with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, if we leave the Dark Wind Valley and go to their territory to cause trouble, we would be digging our own grave. Do you know how many layers of defensive formations there are at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? His words left Bao Bao speechless. He asked stutteringly, could it be that Heavenly Luo Daoist sect is a dragon's pool, a tiger's den, a mountain of blades and a sea of flames? I think even a mountain of blades and a sea of flames would not be that terrifying. When the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon talked about the strength of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, his face was full of fear. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had always acted tyrannically in the Divine Brilliance Prefecture and had always been imposing. The Dark Wind Valley was also the territory of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. These spiritual beasts had more or less heard about the powerful strength of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. They knew clearly that after leaving the Dark Wind Valley, they were not qualified to become enemies with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Thus, although they hated the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect and were extremely loyal and admiring to Lu Xianlu, they did not have the confidence to challenge the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although Bao Bao was not convinced, he was stopped by Qin Wushuang's gaze. Brother Dragon, Mr. Lu is already extremely grateful that you guys are helping Lu Xianlu defend this Dark Wind Valley. Leave the matter of dealing with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect to us. The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon laughed. Of course, whoever inherits Mr. Lu's secret treasure will be qualified to deal with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang laughed and said again, Brother Dragon, I will still leave the Dark Wind Valley to you guys. You guys are leaving now? The saber-toothed covert yellow dragon said with surprise. We don't have much time, we must hurry. When the main force of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect returns to the Heavenly Sun Mountain, our movements will not be as convenient as now. That's right, then I will not keep you guys. Don't worry about this Dark Wind Valley. Even if Luo Tongtian were to come, we will have ways to stop him. From the tone of the saber-toothed covert yellow dragon, there was some confidence. After bidding farewell to the Dark Wind Valley, Qin Wushuang continued to move forward. Now, each step he took meant he was getting closer to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. This wave of motivation pushed Qin Wushuang forward. After being chased by the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect for such a long time, Qin Wushuang finally found a chance to counterattack. The boundary of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture was at least 200,000 or 300,000 miles. After leaving the Dark Wind Valley, it would take at least a day and a night to arrive near the Heavenly Sun Mountain. If Qin Wushuang were to travel at full speed, of course, it would not take this long. However, The current Divine Brilliance Prefecture was also a sensitive place. He believed that although the main force of the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect had left the sect, the martial law within the mountain gate would not be relaxed. For sure, there would be many elite warriors left to guard the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Therefore, Qin Wushuang would not dare to underestimate the enemy and would not be blindly optimistic. Currently, he only had one goal, and that was to strike the heavenly Luo-Daoist sect ruthlessly. If there was a chance to destroy the lifeline of the Heavenly Sun Mountain, it would be the best. The Heavenly Sun Mountain was the base that the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect relied on to survive. If the lifeline of the Heavenly Sun Mountain was destroyed, it would certainly affect the fortune of the sect. Of course, it would not be an easy task to approach the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Qin Wushuang would not dare to let down his guard. Through his meticulous research and inquiries, he knew that from the outer area of the Heavenly Sun Mountain to the core area of the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect, there were at least a dozen defensive lines along the way. To pass through these lines of defense, unless one used tricks or possessed a reasonable identity, it would be impossible to approach without a cause. The defensive power of the Heavenly Sun Mountain had reached a stage where even a fly would find it difficult to approach. Qin Wushuang spread out the map and started to study the surroundings of the Heavenly Sun Mountain. The Heavenly Sun Mountain was also a treasured land of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. On the south side of the Heavenly Sun Mountain was the capital city of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. It was also the most prosperous city of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. In the capital city of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect had set up many secular organizations. They would take care of the worldly affairs of the entire Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect and lead the entire Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Perhaps, it would not be easy to enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain. However, it would be much easier to enter the capital city of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Of course, it was one matter to enter. It was another matter to make his identity appear reliable and not arouse any suspicions. Therefore, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to enter the Divine Brilliance City. Instead, he stopped at a state city that was 1,000 miles away from the Divine Brilliance City. He decided to walk around this place called the River Gate State City and seek an identity to enter the Divine Brilliance City. As long as he entered the Divine Brilliance City, he would be able to find a way to approach the Heavenly Sun Mountain. To approach the Heavenly Sun Mountain, he must acquire an identity. And the best choice would be to become a disciple of the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect. This point was crucial. If he could acquire the identity of a disciple of the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect, it would be natural for him to enter the sect. He would not have to worry about others seeing through his identity along the way. This River Gate State City was extremely close to the Divine Brilliance City. Since it relied on the Divine Brilliance City, it appeared to be bustling with activity. People from all walks of life gathered here, and it appeared to be a core city. Qin Wushuang still disguised himself as a freelance martial artist and entered the River Gate State City. Everywhere in this River Gate State City, a form of local culture was brimming. Apparently, the local people were proud of the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect. It was apparent that this Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect held great authority in the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. On the big streets and small alleys, people often talked about various strange things happening in the Xian Yuan Mound. Of course, they also talked about the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect's pursuit of Qin Wushuang. However, the people here did not hold back when they talked about Qin Wushuang. Their tone was full of disdain. At the same time, they also loathed Qin Wushuang. They only wished that the Heavenly Luo-Daoist sect could capture Qin Wushuang, peel his skin, pull out his tendons, and boil his oil to light a lamp. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not lower himself to the same level as these people. Regardless of where he went, he did not bat an eyelid after hearing their words. He did not inquire or get involved. He strolled to a nearby giant square of the River Gate State City. This was an extremely famous place in the city and a paradise for freelance martial artists in the few prefectures surrounding the Divine Brilliance Prefecture. Around this giant square, there was a large street that formed a giant market for freelance martial artists. Each year, many activities would be held in this market. Some were scheduled, and some were not. This market was extremely prosperous and had a great reputation among the freelance martial artists. Thus, when Qin Wushuang and his group arrived, they clearly sensed an extremely lively atmosphere. Such liveliness also meant that this place was a place where fishes and honest folk mixed together. There were some hidden experts who wanted to take advantage of the situation and get some good stuff. And some despicable people wanted to fish in troubled waters and reap some benefits. Qin Wushuang wandered around the market. From his eyes, it seemed that he was looking at the market. In fact, he was looking for opportunities to see if he could find any. On the other hand, he was also paying attention in secret to see if anyone was scheming against him. Caution is the parent of safety. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 534. After all, he was now deep in the tiger's den. While plotting everything, he must ensure his absolute safety. If he didn't even care about his own safety, it was very likely that he would lose his life before the plan even started. This was not what Qin Wushuang wanted to see. "Hey, friend, you don't look familiar. Where did you come from? I have a piece of unpolished jade here. It is said that it was mined from the illusion Heavenly Lake. Are you interested in seeing it?" A seemingly honest rogue cultivator came over and struck up a conversation with Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang saw that he was holding a piece of emerald jade in his hand. He smiled slightly and didn't comment. He just slowly walked forward. When the man saw Qin Wushuang smile, he was even more unwilling to give up. He trotted 2 steps to catch up. "I say, brother, I am very sincere. I am waiting to sell this thing, earn some crystal stones, and exchange it for a suitable weapon. I see that you have a dignified appearance, an imposing appearance, a jade tree in the wind, and a natural and unrestrained style. You should be an honest person." This person's mouth was very good. He kept on promoting his so-called unpolished jade. Qin Wushuang saw that he was unwilling to give up. He suddenly stopped and said with a smile, "Brother, if you think that I can afford your jade, then you are wrong. In fact, I am poorer than you." His words didn't offend people. He didn't say that the other person's jade was fake. He only said that he had no money to avoid this person's endless pestering. Sure enough, when he said this, the man's face slightly changed. He looked up and down at Qin Wushuang. His eyes showed some ruthlessness. He glared at Qin Wushuang a few times and turned away. Qin Wushuang felt that this person was simply inexplicable. He didn't pay attention to him. He turned a corner and suddenly bumped into a person. This person had a mustache like a mouse. His eyes kept rolling, showing that this person was cunning. This person came over. When he passed by, he said to Qin Wushuang, "Brother, let me tell you a secret. You just refused the people of the Bamboo Rock Gang. If you want to avoid disaster, please follow me." This person's sincere tone gave people the impression of a bodhisattva who bemoaned the heavens and pitied mankind. Qin Wushuang was not a greenhorn. Naturally, he would not fall for this trick. With a light snort, he lifted his foot and walked forward. "Friend, I sincerely want to help you. If you don't believe me, I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this city square. Believe it or not, I can point out a way for you to survive." The guy with the handlebar mustache muttered. Qin Wushuang secretly sighed. This was really a place where the good and the bad mixed together. Such a despicable method was nothing more than wanting to take advantage of him. They bullied him because he was a foreign itinerant cultivator and looked easy to bully. If he had just taken over that person's so-called unpolished jade, the result would be nothing more than 2. Either he would be forced to sell it, or the more abominable possibility was that the so-called unpolished jade might suddenly crack or something and then grab Qin Wushuang for compensation. For the first time, Qin Wushuang did not fall for the trick and did not take over the so-called unpolished jade. Then, in the second scene of this play, the guy with the handlebar mustache came on stage. One played the bad cop, the other played the good cop. To put it bluntly, it was a 2-man show. They were simply a group of swindlers. Qin Wushuang had been in Jianghu for 2 lifetimes. This trick naturally could not be hidden from his discerning eyes. That guy with the handlebar mustache saw that Qin Wushuang did not listen to him. He knew that Qin Wushuang was an experienced person in Jianghu. But he saw that Qin Wushuang was young, a stranger, and had no accomplices. His heart naturally had some contempt. Qin Wushuang went to a restaurant. Although this guy with the handlebar mustache hesitated for a moment, he still boldly followed him in. Qin Wushuang entered the restaurant and walked directly to the 3rd floor. When that waiter of the restaurant saw Qin Wushuang, he came up to him. "Excuse me, are you young Master He?" Qin Wushuang nodded. That waiter of the restaurant said with a face full of smiles, "Your friend is already waiting for you in the private room on the 3rd floor. Of course, the so-called young master He was a fake name made up by Qin Wushuang. Previously, he had already exposed himself when he used the name of Wu Xinghe from his previous life to wander the Xian Yuan Mound. This time, he had changed his surname to He from the 3 words Wu Xinghe. When Qin Wushuang walked to the 3rd floor, that guy with the handlebar mustache also pretended to walk around the restaurant and followed him. Qin Wushuang did not know what this guy was trying to do. He did not chase him away or scold him. Bao Bao had already waited for a while on the 3rd floor. When he saw Qin Wushuang, he immediately called out, "Young Master He, the honorable guests have been waiting for a long time." When he saw a stalker following behind Qin Wushuang and Qin Wushuang's bitter smile, Bao Bao raised his eyebrow. "Young Master He, who is this person?" Qin Wushuang laughed and said, "He is a warm-hearted living bodhisattva. He said he was going to show me a way to survive." "A way to survive?" Bao Bao laughed coldly. "You bastard, do you believe that I will slap you to death and make you unable to find a way to survive? If you know what's good for you, then get lost and do not disturb the honorable guest." When that guy with the handlebar mustache saw Bao Bao's ferocious expression, he felt somewhat scared inwardly. For the time, he did not know the details. Inwardly, he also cried out bitterly. He knew that this time, he had made a mistake. Initially, they were some despicable people who only wanted to extort money. They wanted to use these deceptive methods to extort some money. Of course, they were people who bullied the weak and feared the evil. Since Bao Bao had yelled at him, that guy did not dare to talk back. His expression changed and he walked down the stairs. When he arrived before the counter on the 1st floor, he asked, "Waiter, who are those people on the 3rd floor?" That waiter had been running this restaurant for many years. How could he not know the background of this person before him? He said with an annoyed tone, "Friend, our restaurant is a place to do business. If you want to get information, go to the Freelance Martial Artist Union. We are not in charge of announcing the identity of our customers." That guy with the handlebar mustache was not angry when he was scolded by the waiter. Instead, he smiled apologetically. "Little brother, you don't have to speak so harshly, right? Everyone is just trying to make a living, I am only asking." Before that waiter could speak, the shopkeeper on the side said coldly, "Since everyone is trying to make a living, you can't just destroy our restaurant's livelihood for your own, right? In this restaurant, you wild dog gang better not cause trouble. If you affect the customer's mood to eat and drink, then you are destroying our livelihood." Those who were able to open a restaurant in this bustling marketplace, more or less, all of them had some background. This guy with the handlebar mustache was a member of the local wild dog gang. The so-called bamboo stone gang was something he had fabricated. Initially, he had wanted to intimidate Qin Wushuang, an outsider. Hearing the words of the old shopkeeper, this person did not dare to act unreasonable. He smiled and pretended to worm his way into being friends with him. "Old shopkeeper, you are an understanding person. I saw that this person was unfamiliar and acted suspiciously. I only wanted to ask about him. Perhaps, this guy is the public enemy of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, Qin Wushuang?" When that old shopkeeper heard the 3 words Qin Wushuang, the expression on his face changed. Then, he shook his head and laughed. "If any random customer is Qin Wushuang, then the people on the street could be Qin Wushuang. I say, if the Wild Dog Gang truly wants to contribute to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, then get rid of the practical matters. Relying on such deceitful methods, haha, even if that Qin Wushuang appeared before you guys, Could you catch him? That guy with the handlebar mustache touched his beard and changed his expression. Yet, he did not speak a word. He turned around and left embarrassedly. On the third floor, a figure crawled out from the floor. It was Mole. He said to Qin Wushuang, "Master, indeed, that guy did not come with good intentions." Instantly, he repeated the conversation between that guy with the handlebar mustache and the shopkeeper. In the entire private room, besides Qin Wushuang, only Bao Bao, Lone, and the other 3 elite warriors at the profound void martial stage had transformed into their human forms. In other words, there were 6 people in the private room. Only Jade Hair and Mole had not transformed into human forms. They would act as Qin Wushuang's eyes and ears to scout for information. This time, Qin Wushuang had entered the River Ku State City in batches to evade the eyes and ears. After hearing Mole's narration, Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, "That guy should have only said it casually." However, from this point, it's clear that this divine brilliance prefecture is not ordinary. Here, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect possesses a high reputation and prestige. Regardless of the righteous or the underworld, they all seem to feel proud to contribute to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Boss, this is the effect of the elite warriors. Regardless of how bad the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is, they never lack people to flatter them. Qin Wushuang shook his head. It's hard to say whether or not they are flattering them. For sure, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has their own way of governing. Or else, they would not be so united. After he had finished, Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "Let's not discuss this problem. By the way, Bao Bao, how's your investigation? Do you have any leads?" Bao Bao laughed. "Boss, I think the behind-the-scenes boss of this restaurant is a good clue." "Oh!" Qin Wushuang's eyes lit up. This restaurant is owned by a wealthy family in the local area. This wealthy family is also a local tyrant. If it were 20 years ago, even if he was a local tyrant, he would not be qualified to open a restaurant in the downtown area of this market. However, 15 years ago, one of the sons of this wealthy family was chosen by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He became a disciple of the younger generation. The son of this wealthy family should have good talent. I heard that he was being nurtured as a core disciple. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the core disciples depended on one's strength, talent, and potential. Within 10 years of entering the sect, usually, a core disciple would have a high chance of reaching the void martial stage. If they could not enter the void martial stage within 10 years, they could not become a core disciple. Such competition was cruel, yet realistic. Survival of the fittest. To be nurtured as a core disciple, at least it proved that the son of this wealthy family did not have ordinary talent. Even if he was not at the same level as Luo Ting, he would be one of the more exceptional ones among the younger generation. Qin Wushuang mumbled, "No wonder that shopkeeper dared to offend the wild dog gang. This restaurant has the background of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Bao Bao laughed. "Isn't that right? This place is only 1,000 miles away from the divine brilliance city. Most likely, each shop in this city is related to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to some extent. If they did not have the background of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I don't believe that these people would sing praises for them." Suddenly, Qin Wushuang said, "Bao Bao, go call that waiter up." Although Bao Bao did not know the intentions of Qin Wushuang, he did not dare to neglect as he walked downstairs. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 535. In a moment, that waiter came up. "Young master are you looking for me?" That waiter appeared professional as he asked with an apologetic smile. Bao Bao said lightly, "This young master is a guest from that place. I heard that the owner behind your restaurant is the local landlord's right?" That waiter was stunned. "That place? That's the place." Bao Bao pretended to be profound. That waiter scratched his head. "May I ask which place? How many places are there in the Shen Yuan Mound?" Bao Bao opened his eyes and was somewhat impatient. That waiter said with an apologetic smile, "That's a lot. With my shallow knowledge, I can't tell you all those places. May I ask if you have any orders? I will take care of it now. I don't have any special orders, I just want to see landlord Zwe. I want to discuss some mutually beneficial matters with him. Sirs, this kind of important matter should be discussed with Master Zwe in person. We're just a small shop assistant. It's not up to me to ask about this matter. The shop assistant was smart and answered with a bitter face. Who said you should ask? Bao Bao rolled his eyes at him. Don't be nervous, I only asked you to come up and ask some questions. Do you know if your landlord Zwe has any special hobbies? That waiter revealed a wave of intelligence as he knew that he could not get involved in this matter. He only smiled apologetically. Master, to tell you the truth, I am only a servant that runs errands. I am not qualified to ask about the hobbies of the masters and I don't have the time to ask. Regarding the hobbies of the masters, it's only those matters. You are all people with great identities, each of you should know better than me. These words were the same as not saying anything. Bao Bao slapped the table. Bastard, you have a glib tongue, not a single word of truth. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and took out a few crystal stones. Little brother, this little crystal stones is a small token of appreciation. You don't need to say anything deliberately, just say whatever comes to your mind. If you can't say anything, it's all right. This is a little gift for our first meeting. Take it. These crystal stones were not yellow crystal stones, but green crystal stones. To this waiter, these few pieces of green crystal stones were definitely a huge fortune. It was also a huge sum of money that he had earned after working hard for several years. Although there was some fanaticism in his eyes, reason prevailed over greed. He swallowed his saliva. His throat was extremely dry. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He just stared at the pieces of green crystal. He wanted to take it, but he knew that he had to pay a price for it. Qin Wushuang had gained a lot along the way. In terms of crystal stones, he was already very rich. These few pieces of green crystal were just a drop in the ocean for him. Bao Bao opened his eyes widely. I told you to take it, just take it. With your few bones, are you afraid that we will eat you? Qin Wushuang could see through the waiter's hesitation. He knew that the waiter really wanted the green crystal, but he was also worried and afraid. These hesitations made him want to take it, but he didn't dare to. Qin Wushuang smoothly stuffed it into his palm and said with a smile, take it, there's no price. If you don't want to say anything, you can go down now. Let's go visit landlord Zwe now. That waiter looked around and grabbed the green crystal stone in his hand. He used his palm to feel the existence of this green crystal stone. His heart was thumping fast. He walked to the door and looked around a few more times. Then, he walked in and lowered his voice to say, Masters, I am also a civilian from outside the city. The shopkeeper took me in as a waiter because he saw that I am smart. Each year, I rely on this little income to support my family. Initially, I should not talk too much. However, since you do not have any ill intentions and you are not asking about my private matters, I will be bold to say a few words. However, if you want to ask about my private matters, I really don't know anything. Qin Wushuang comforted him with a smile when he saw that this waiter had finally let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, we only want to ask about some of landlord Zwe's interests and hobbies. We want to cater to his interests and give him some things. Hopefully, we can reach a deal. We don't care about other private matters. Everything is for the sake of making money. That waiter nodded. If that's the case, then it would be the best. Not to hide it from you, Master Zwe's biggest hobby is to collect all kinds of rare treasures. He has many retainers. These people do not do anything else but collect all kinds of things for him. If you can bring out something that moves Master Zwe, any kind of business can be discussed. Rare treasures, isn't this category too big? Bao Bao whispered. That waiter smiled apologetically, it's not that big. Master Zwe's son is young and promising. He is a core disciple of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In fact, Master Zwe collected these things to increase young Master Zwe's position in the sect. These words reminded Qin Wushuang. Everything Master Zwe had done was for his son to climb up in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It was not difficult to understand his desire for his son to succeed. Qin Wushuang thought about it. After a moment, he asked with a smile, "Besides this, does Master Zhuo have any other special hobbies?" That waiter laughed. "Besides this, it's nothing more than beautiful women and money. Master Zhuo is a wealthy man. It's not a special hobby to like beautiful women, right?" Like beautiful women? Indeed, it was not a special hobby. Many high-ranking officials and noble people liked it. It was enough for Qin Wushuang to have the first clue. Immediately, he waved his hand with a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality, let's talk about this." Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, that waiter felt relieved. It was an unexpected surprise that he could earn so many crystal stones with just a few words. The things he had revealed a moment ago did not involve any privacy or secrets. Even if people knew about it, they would not be able to blame him. As for those green crystals, they were real and genuine. Thinking here, that waiter's heart became warm. With these crystal stones, he could build a big house in the countryside. His wife and children would not have to wander the streets without a home. When he saw this waiter walking down, Qin Wushuang looked at everyone with a smile. "Landlords were love's rare treasures, we don't have anything good to give him." Suddenly, Bao Bao laughed. "Boss, why must we give him something? Let's not think about his son and just use the identity of Landlord Zhuo." "Oh." Qin Wushuang looked at Bao Bao with interest. Since the son of this Landlord Zhuo is a popular figure in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, we can use the identity of Landlord Zhuo to enter the heavenly Sun Mountain. Bao Bao's suggestion was extremely bold. Yet, it made Qin Wushuang's heart beat fast. After a moment of silence, Qin Wushuang slapped his thigh. "Okay, let's start with Landlord Zhuo." After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang and the others no longer talked about this topic. Instead, they exchanged cups and started to enjoy the food. The banquet ended after a full 2 hours. In the afternoon, Qin Wushuang brought Bao Bao and the others to head directly to the mansion of Landlord Zhuo. In the River Gate State City, this mansion could be considered a first-class mansion. Qin Wushuang knew that with Landlord Zhuo's current position, if they were to visit him recklessly, they would not be able to see him in person. They could boast and raise their status to a waiter. However, they could not play tricks in front of Landlord Zhuo. If he was truly someone with a great background, a guest from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, one plate would be enough. However, Qin Wushuang could not take out such a plate. He did have one plate. However, it was the identity plate of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. It would be asking for trouble if he took it out under such circumstances. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not be that stupid. Since landlords were like to hunt for novelties, Qin Wushuang decided to cater to his fancy. As long as he could spend some time alone with that Landlord Zhuo, it would be easy. What he needed was nothing more than to borrow Landlord Zhuo's identity. Inside the Zhuo Manor, Landlord Zhuo was enjoying the afternoon. Inside a giant house, Landlord Zhuo was lying lazily on a giant armchair. His upper body was naked and only a towel was wrapped around his crucial parts. His crotch was already bulging. Next to him, 6 young girls with charming and enchanting appearances were using all methods to please this wealthy man, one of the top few in the River Gate State City. These women all had devilish figures. They were curvaceous and had exquisite curves. Landlords were hugged one girl with each hand. His bear-like palms kept kneading those concave and protruding parts. Some evil laughter emerged from the corner of his mouth. The girls that were being kneaded by him also cooperated with him and let out waves of frivolous muffled groans. The scene appeared extremely obscene. And the other girls that were not touched by Landlord Zhuo's hands used other methods to serve the other vital parts of Landlord Zhuo. In a moment, Landlord Zhuo was already like an arrow on the bow and appeared majestic. And the only towel he had was torn off at some unknown time. While he was enjoying himself, a wave of light footsteps came from outside the door. Landlord Zhuo had excellent hearing as he pushed away the girl before him and shouted, "Number 2, what is it?" It was Landlord Zhuo's trusted aide, Silver Hawk Guard number 2. That Silver Hawk Guard sent his voice, "Master, someone has sent a batch of gifts. They said that they want to see you and discuss a deal of cooperation." What kind of gifts? Landlords were asked lightly. Master, according to my appraisal, it should be a few pieces of adamantine, meteoric iron, and 2 pieces of extreme green jade essence. All of them are supreme quality materials. Landlord's body trembled slightly and tightly grabbed the hair of that girl that was lying on his crotch. His expression was strange. Apparently, he was enjoying this stimulating pleasure. Hearing the answer from the Silver Hawk Guard, apparently, Landlord's felt that these gifts were not light. His entire body trembled slightly and almost lost control. Immediately, he used his spiritual perception to lock it. Such extravagance, who is the person that sent the gifts? I cannot see through that person. However, it seems that he should have some background. Silver Hawk Guard number 2 answered seriously. Did he say his intentions? Master, from his tone, it seems that he wants to discuss some cooperation with you in the market. Besides, this person said that he has some connections and could gather many rare treasures. Hearing these words, suddenly, Landlord's entire body trembled slightly. This tremor was not important. However, that girl under his crotch had moved and her teeth had brushed against Landlord's vital part. Although Landlord's had trained his entire body, his body could not be made of steel. Under the pain, he turned his palm into a knife and slashed at that girl's neck. With a flash of blood, that girl's head flew up. As if he had squashed an ant, Landlord's stood up. Suddenly, the other 5 girls cried out in terror when they saw the blood. Landlord's did not even look and swung his hand knife. With a flash of light, the girl's head had also been cut into 10 pieces. This Landlord's had such a hobby of torturing and killing. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidien.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 536. When Landlord's had finished, he said lightly, "Clean up and let that guy wait for me at the guest lounge." It was apparent that although this Landlord's was not the strongest figure in this River Gate State City, he was definitely a powerful figure. Qin Wushuang waited for a while in the living room and did not see this Landlord's appear. He knew that this Landlord's was not a kind person. He was playing tricks with him by not showing himself. Of course, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush. Those dark meteoric iron and the extreme green jade essence were only bait he had thrown out to let Landlord's taste the sweetness. As long as this big fish Landlord's took the bait, sooner or later he would spit out those things with interest. After about half an hour, that Landlord's walked over with his subordinates at a neither fast nor slow pace. Although Landlord's did not have a high strength and was only at the transformation void martial stage, he had 2 profound void martial stage warriors next to him. These 2 profound void martial stage warriors were the 2 highest leaders of the Silver Hawk Guard. In the River Gate State City, there were only a few people that could threaten Landlord's. However, due to the relationship between Landlord's and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, plus Landlord's excelled at using this relationship to its fullest potential, those who were stronger than Landlord's in the River Gate State City had to act according to his wishes. Landlord's sized this guest up and narrowed his eyes into a line. He asked lightly, "Friend, forgive my poor eyesight, where do you come from?" Qin Wushuang had dared to come here because he had calculated all possibilities countless times, including what questions Landlord's would ask and what actions he would take. Of course, he was not surprised when he heard Landlord's question. In the River Gate State City, who doesn't know your name, Landlord's? I have come from afar to do business with you, Landlord's. Landlord's only revealed a cold smile with a taut face. Business? Landlord's spread out his hands and said with a proud tone, "In the River Gate State City, those who know my name should know my temperament. I am not afraid of too much business, nor too much business. Of course, I welcome business. However, there is one type of business that I do not do." "Oh, I would like to hear the details," Qin Wushuang said with a humble tone. "I don't do business with unknown origins." Landlord's did not conceal his intentions. In terms of business, he had indeed displayed the essence of a businessman. "This is easy, Landlord's only wants an identity, right?" Qin Wushuang said calmly, Identity is extremely important to you. Landlord Zwe waved his palms that were as large as palm leaf fans. Of course, I have achieved my current status by relying on such caution. There are some businesses that seem to be very tempting, but they could drag my entire family into the abyss at any time. Naturally, it's best not to touch them. When Landlord Zwe said this, he also laughed and said with an honest tone, "Friend, I am not lying when I say this, right?" Obviously, this person had hidden a trace of shrewdness and the cunning of a businessman. However, he was able to use such a seemingly sincere and honest tone to speak about a matter that made it impossible for one to develop a sense of disgust. Qin Wushuang laughed and did not speak anymore. He gave a long sigh and said as if he was talking to himself, "It seems that for this business, I am afraid Landlord Zwe is not the person I am looking for." Landlord Zwe was able to keep his composure. Although from Qin Wushuang's tone, it seemed that this business was rather big, landlords knew better than anyone that although there were things like meat pies falling from the sky, it was not something one would encounter easily. For such business that came to him, he must be especially vigilant. Perhaps, it was a scam. Besides, the other party had given him an important gift right off the bat. It made Landlord Zwe feel that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. "Friend, what is your surname?" Landlord Zwe asked suddenly. "My surname is He." Qin Wushuang responded with the prepared lines. Before Landlord Zwe could speak, Qin Wushuang laughed. Landlord Zwe's son is already a core disciple in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. You also have a large family business in the River Gate State City. It's reasonable for you to be cautious. Ha ha, this way, I will not disturb your peaceful cultivation. After he had finished speaking, Qin Wushuang pretended to get up and leave. Landlord Zwe remained calm and collected as he watched Qin Wushuang stand up. After a moment, he also stood up and laughed. "Then I will see you off." This time, Qin Wushuang only came with Bao Bao. Lone stayed at the place where they had settled down. Those sealed spiritual beasts were also inside the sealed scrolls. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang scolded Landlord Zwe for being a cunning old fox. However, he did not expect Landlord Zwe to take the bait as he cupped his hands in a salute. "Landlord Zwe, please stay." Landlord Zwe laughed. "Even if we do business, we do not break up friendship. It's reasonable for me to see you off. Please." While they spoke, they had already walked to the long corridor outside the hall. Qin Wushuang walked out at a neither fast nor slow pace. After a few steps, suddenly, he asked thoughtfully, "Landlord Zwe, among the core disciples of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, most of them are disciples of the Luo clan, and a portion of them are disciples of the Tian clan. The Zwe clan should only be the third major clan, right?" Landlord Zwe laughed. "Brother, he is rather familiar with our heavenly Luo Daoist sect. With the great reputation of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would be difficult for me to not know about it." Qin Wushuang said, "Here, at the border of the River Gate State, there is the Goose Lake State. The Goose Lake State is the place with the densely populated Tian clan, right? I remember that many of the core disciples of the Tian clan came from the Goose Lake State." "Yes, indeed, brother, he knows everything." Inwardly, landlords were whispered. What was this guy with the surname he trying to do? "Okay, landlords were, please stay." When they were about to reach the door, Qin Wushuang turned around with a smile. "Where are you staying?" Landlords were pretended to ask with concern. Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. "Initially, I planned to find a random inn. However, I must make an urgent trip to the Goose Lake State." When he said here, it was unknown if Qin Wushuang had done it deliberately or for some other reason, but he said to landlords were, "Today I came without warning. As you said, we can break up business but not friendship. For today's matter, please forget about it. I would be extremely grateful." When landlord Zwe saw Qin Wushuang speaking mysteriously, he could not help but feel somewhat itchy. Yet, he didn't know that Qin Wushuang had deliberately left such a bait to tickle him. He wanted to make his heart itch so much that it was difficult to scratch it. Only then would the matter turn around. As he watched the two of them leave the entrance of the manor and almost turn the corner of the street, landlord Zwe instructed his servants, "Number 1, go follow them and see where they are staying. After Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao had left, Bao Bao also did not feel confident as he sent his voice. Boss, are we leaving like this? Don't rush, Bao Bao. If landlord Zhuo does not take the bait, we will make plans. If he is tempted, of course he will take the bait. Eat some, come early, and he will come. Before they had returned to the inn, Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao both felt that someone was following them from behind. Although the leader of the Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 was an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, his spiritual perception was not as high as Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao, who possessed the bloodline of the Supreme Tao. Therefore, although his tracking skills were good, in the end he could not make it watertight. They are already here. After Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao communicated with their spiritual perception, they both understood tacitly and started to carry out the plan according to Qin Wushuang's plan. Through the communication jade plate, they told Lone that they would pretend to leave the city temporarily. They asked Lone to bide his time here. Indeed, after Qin Wushuang and his friends had arrived at the inn, they pretended to be in a hurry and rushed out of the River Gate State City. Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 passed everything he had seen and heard to Landlord Zhuo. Landlord Zhuo kept tapping his finger on the table and mumbled to himself, "These two guys, are they really going to the Goose Lake town? What kind of business are they going to do? With such extravagance, if they are truly going to do business, it should be a big one." From that guy's tone, it seems that only the family of the core disciples of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect can do this business. Could it be that this guy wants to use the backing of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect to do some shady business? Of course, Landlord Zhuo would not dare to make decisions for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. However, it was not impossible to use the prestige of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In fact, Landlord Zhuo had always done this. Those two guys came to find me first, then went to the Goose Lake town. This way, it seems that I am their first choice. Those Tian clan at the Goose Lake state should only be a backup choice. Landlord Zhuo only felt an unbearable itch in his heart as he instructed, "Number 1, go and stop those two. Just say that I want to see them again. Should I ask them to return to the residence? No need, it's the same to see them outside. Although those two guys have a mysterious background, their strength should not be enough to threaten us." Landlords were appeared to be extremely confident. Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao left the city and rushed towards the direction of the Goose Lake state. Although they appeared to be in a hurry, they secretly restrained their speed and only controlled it at the normal speed of the transformation void martial stage. After about 1,000 miles, Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 caught up with them as ordered. "Friend please stay." Qin Wushuang pretended to show an expression of fear and pulled out the violet sun sword. He stared behind him with an alert expression. Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 flashed out from behind. "My landlord asks you two to stay, he still wants to talk with you too." Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, "What else is there to talk about?" Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 said with a light smile, "I don't know about the details, I am only following orders." Qin Wushuang exchanged a glance with Bao Bao as they worked hard to control the joy inside their heart. Bao Bao said angrily, "You landlords are being careful, but we don't have time to waste. Sorry, we will take our leave." After they had finished, they ignored the surprised look from Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 and flew forward. The Silver Hawk Guard thought that these two would wait, or at least stop. Unexpectedly, these two left immediately. Immediately, he sent his spiritual perception to Landlord Zhuo. "These two are not willing to wait, they already left. Catch them." Inwardly, Landlord Zhuo was even more anxious. The more abnormal the other party acted, the more he felt that there was something fishy going on. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 537. Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 obeyed Landlord Zhuo's every word. Hearing Landlord Zhuo's instructions, he immediately sped up and chased after them. This place was far away from the densely populated area and was a forest. Silver Hawk Guard No. 1 had only sent his spiritual perception to Landlord Zhuo for a moment, and the figures of those two had already disappeared. However, He was not discouraged as he quickly followed. He followed the scent of those two as they left and chased after them. In fact, Qin Wushuang had not gone far. He was only going around in circles with the other party in this forest. After Silver Hawk Guard number 1 had discovered the tracks of Qin Wushuang, he raised his voice. "Friend my landlord has no ill intentions. Why are you hiding? If you are worried that returning to the River Gate State City will harm you, it's fine to wait here for my landlord." Qin Wushuang was deliberately going around in circles with the Silver Hawk Guard to distract him and make him think that they were afraid of his strength at the profound void martial stage. "Friend if my landlord had ill intentions, he would not have let you leave. Besides, my landlord is already on his way. He will be here soon." Initially, Qin Wushuang had been going around in circles to distract the other party and give them a false impression of their strength. At this moment, it seemed that this method had achieved its goal. Qin Wushuang said in a low voice, "Everyone says that Landlord Zhuo is a person who does business, yet you are so wishy-washy. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but you did not do it in a straightforward manner. Since Landlord Zhuo is sincere to negotiate, I can wait for him for 2 hours. If he does not arrive in 2 hours, we will forget about this matter." 2 hours. Okay, 2 hours it is. Silver Hawk Guard number 1 calculated that Landlord Zhuo was already on his way. It would be easy for him to arrive in 2 hours. Immediately, he agreed. "One more thing," Qin Wushuang said deliberately, "don't bring too many people. Us brothers will not feel reassured with too many people." Silver Hawk Guard number 1 sneered, "Would we need to bring too many people to deal with you guys? With me and number 2, it's enough to kill you guys." However, he could only think about this in his head and could not speak it out. He comforted him with his mouth. "Don't worry, when my landlord goes out, he only brings 2 personal guards. In addition to me, there was another one following. I've already said that my family has no ill intentions at all. He is only interested in the business itself." Qin Wushuang still seemed a little uneasy. "If there are too many people, we will immediately turn around and leave. If he doesn't show up within 2 hours, we'll leave immediately. I hope you won't stop me when the time comes." When Silver Hawk Guard number 1 heard the other's tone, he seemed to be somewhat fearful. He already had some confidence in his heart, and said with a smile, "If that's really the case, I definitely won't stop you. I have already conveyed your conditions to my family's big shot through the communication jade token, and he also respects your request." Qin Wushuang had already locked onto the position of the Silver Eagle Guards in the dark. At the same time, he took out the sealing scroll and released the 5 spirit beasts that had been replenished with energy. Qin Wushuang still instructed via voice transmission, "Sky Pilfered Mole and Moon Palace Jade Hare, follow the rules. You will be in charge of ensuring the absolute safety of this battle zone. Don't let a fly in. Bao Bao, assist them and use your powerful spiritual perception to search for any suspicious people." Bao Bao laughed. "This is a desolate mountain range and not a place rich in spiritual qi. No martial artists would wander around here. However, since boss has said it, I will do it. Mystical Horse, Precious Pig, and Hissing Sky Phoenix. You will assist me and kill this person before us. Remember, to kill him, you must kill him in one blow. Do not give him the chance to react, and do not give him the chance to notify Landlord Zhuo." This timing had to be calculated properly. You must not realize that something is wrong before Landlord Zhuo arrives. You must also not let Landlord Zhuo encounter this matter. Overall, you must take care of them in batches. Yes. Only by taking care of them in batches would it be foolproof. Get ready, listen to my orders. So. Qin Wushuang analyzed the terrain and the enemy's position in detail. Then, he told them what to do. It included the sudden arrival of Landlord Zhuo, how to deal with the emergency, and all possibilities of taking down the enemy. Each of those spiritual beasts admired Qin Wushuang's arrangement. Indeed, he felt that Qin Wushuang's calmness in a major situation was incomparable to ordinary human warriors. On the other hand, that Silver Hawk Guard number 1 was sitting next to a stream on the outside of a forest. His spiritual perception was on high alert. Although he already looked down on these two from the bottom of his heart, His professional habit as a personal guard allowed him to maintain a high level of alertness at all times. Suddenly, the root of this person's ear twitched. With a flash of cold light from his sleeve, a battle blade appeared in his hand. He looked at the water surface of that stream with a surprised look. He only saw that the water surface of the stream kept bubbling. For a time, it seemed that there was a giant furnace burning madly underneath the stream. Suddenly, it boiled the water surface of the stream. That water bubble became even more crazy and kept splashing. Suddenly, the water bubble rushed forward and congealed into a dozen water arrows that shot towards Silverhawk Guard number 1. That number 1 was already prepared. With a wave of his battle blade, a transparent wall of air seemed to have been formed by this battle blade. His entire body was like a flying bird. With a light leap, he had already arrived at the edge of the forest. For a moment, this Silverhawk Guard number 1 couldn't figure out whether it was the other two who had plotted against him, or if it was someone else who was playing tricks in this place. While he was deep in thought, a light suddenly flashed from the side. A wave of energy, carrying an unstoppable aura, wrapped in a cold light, drilled towards him. The heart of Silverhawk Guard number 1 sank as he knew that something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around, his entire body shuddered. In the next moment, a wave of desperate green light had already swallowed his body. This green light was indeed the jade-green arrow shot by Qin Wushuang from the forest. Even without the support of the Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman, Qin Wushuang could easily kill elite warriors at the profound void martial stage with the graceful spiritual bow. Not to mention, following the continuous increase of his stage, the power of the graceful spiritual bow had also increased. Currently, in Qin Wushuang's hands, the graceful spiritual bow could already release more and more powerful power. And the demon-like presence that was sleeping inside the graceful spiritual bow also seemed to be continuously awakening from its slumber. Occasionally, it would inadvertently emit a powerful presence. Even its master, Qin Wushuang, felt his heart throb. The more he developed this graceful spiritual bow, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. As the green light dispersed, the entire body of Silverhawk Guard number 1 was blown into fine powder. The entire sky also seemed to have been ruptured. One after another, spatial whirlpools appeared. They were uneven and distorted to the extreme. After a while, this intense fluctuation slowly calmed down. Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture and those 3 profound void martial stage spiritual beasts drilled out from the darkness. At this very moment, they already had a deep sense of worship towards Qin Wushuang. Profound void martial stage elite warriors could not even withstand a single blow in front of Qin Wushuang. Naturally, this also indicated that their master really had endless potential. Perhaps one day, they could truly count on him to completely unseal their primordial spirit and restore their true freedom to them. It did not take much effort to kill this Silverhawk Guard number 1. There were almost no traces of battle. This was also something Qin Wushuang had set up beforehand. He would try his best to not leave any unrecoverable traces of battle at the scene. As for some spatial distortions, they would be restored after a short while. As long as there were no traces of destruction on the ground or the trees, it would not raise any suspicions. Master, within 300 miles, Landlord Zwe has already appeared. From the communication jade plate came the information from the sky-pilfered mole. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. Everyone get ready, Landlord Zwe is already here. Remember, don't leave a single person next to Landlord Zwe alive. And leave Landlord Zwe to Jade Hair, understand? I want to keep him alive. Yes. Let's go. Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture and flew rapidly towards the direction indicated by the sky-pilfered mole. They must strive to intercept Landlord Zwe within 100 miles. Currently, Landlord Zwe was rushing with the Silverhawk Guard number 2. After receiving the information from Silverhawk Guard number 1, he had become much calmer. Number 2, contact number 1 and ask him if there are any new movements from those 2 kid. Okay. After a moment, Silverhawk Guard number 2 said, for now, we have not received a response from number 1. Although Landlord Zwe was moving forward at a fast speed, he suddenly stopped when he heard these words. He stopped his footsteps and revealed a thoughtful expression. No response. Urge him again. Landlord Zhuo was an extremely cautious person. Any slight movement would cause him to be extremely alert, not to mention at this critical juncture. Silverhawk guard number 2 waited for a moment and also revealed a somewhat embarrassed expression. There is still no response. Could the situation have changed? Landlords were frowned. Even if those two guys had escaped at a fast speed, number 1 should have stopped to give a response while chasing after them. When he said here, the expression of both the master and subordinate had turned bad. Silverhawk guard number 1 said urgently, "Landlord, let's return quickly, we cannot go any further." In fact, Landlord Zhuo had already realized that something was not right as he said without hesitation, "Okay, inform number 1, regardless of the situation, retreat to the mansion." Although he had said this, if number 1 could not give a response, most likely the situation would not be good. Most likely, it would be impossible for them to retreat to the mansion. When they thought here, Landlord Zhuo and number 2 nodded at the same time. Without hesitation, they turned around and left. At this moment, suddenly, a ball of red light covered the sky and pressed down from the sky. Instantly, the fire clouds and fire rain that filled the sky pressed down like the fire from the cauldron of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Silverhawk guard number 2's heart sank as he shouted, "Landlord, you go first." Landlord Zhuo had raised these two elite warriors at the profound void martial stage to help out at crucial moments. Hearing the words of Silverhawk guard number 2, he did not hesitate and rushed forward with all his might under the cover of number 2. This fire rain was not something a transformation void martial stage martial artist like Landlord Zhuo could defend against. If he had not worn the defensive armor, most likely he would have been roasted by this fire rain. As he rushed forward, number 2 had already fallen into a tight encirclement. One-horn mystical horse and hissing sky phoenix had surrounded Silverhawk guard number 2 and sealed off his escape routes. Landlord Zhuo did not even have the courage to look back as he kept flying forward. Currently, he only had one thought: run. The faster the better, and the closer he was to the River Gate State City the better. However, how could he know that once he had fallen into the enemy's trap, how could it be an easy task to escape? Before he had flown far, he felt a wave of yellow light rushing up from the ground. Invisibly, it seemed as if a rope had wrapped around his entire body tighter. The more he flew, the more powerless he felt. As if his body had been filled with lead, it became heavier and heavier. A wave of powerful gravitational force made his body sink to the ground in despair like a weight falling into water. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 538. There was a rumbling sound in his ears, as if he was falling into water. Countless amounts of water pressure were constantly squeezing into his ears. His body was also being dragged down by that force, and he was falling down. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a miserable cry. It seemed to be the voice of Silverhawk guard number 2, which made him even more fearful. Bang! Like a rotten persimmon that had fallen from a giant tree, Landlord Zhuo fell into the mud. Although Landlord Zhuo was bound by the gravity technique and fell into the dust, he was still conscious. Inwardly, he kept crying out miserably, "It's over, it's over. I didn't expect that after being cautious for half of my life, I still fell." Landlord Zhuo's entire body was restrained. Not to mention using the communication jade, he could not even open his mouth to speak. He forced his eyelids open and looked around. Yet, he saw a few mocking faces. There were humans and spiritual beasts. Landlord Zhuo could not help but shiver as he thought, who did I offend? They had sent such a large force to deal with me. Currently, Bao Bao was still dressed as a human. He stepped on Landlord Zhuo's chest and chuckled, "Landlord Zhuo, at your home, you pretended to be arrogant. Now, let me ask you, do you want to live or die?" Of course, such words were sarcastic remarks to tease him. With Landlord Zhuo's current status, of course, he wanted to enjoy it. Who would give up the carefree life of a celestial being and want to die? Stop talking nonsense. Take him away. Take him away. Where to? Bao Bao asked curiously. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, Of course, back to the River Gate State City. Landlord's chest heaved up and down. He already realized that there was a conspiracy. However, at this moment, he could not figure out how to execute this conspiracy no matter how hard he racked his brain. And who were these people? Fear and despair made him unable to calm down. I heard that you have special privileges and can enter and leave the Heavenly Sun Mountain freely, right? A trace of doubt shone from Landlord's eyes as he looked at Qin Wushuang. Apparently, he was considering what this person wanted to do. Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely and remained calm. He did not evade Landlord's gaze. I heard that besides collecting rare treasures, Landlord's also has a hobby of liking beautiful women, right? Think about it, if I cut off your family jewels with one strike, you would only be able to guard those rare treasures for the rest of your life, right? However, Qin Wushuang had spoken such vicious words with a gentle tone. This made Landlord's blood run cold. Regardless of how unruly and unyielding he was, his life was held in the hands of others. All the power of life and death were under the control of others. It made it impossible for Landlord's to act tough even if he wanted to. If he killed him, it would only be a quick death. He was afraid that he would slowly torture him and suffer all kinds of pain. If he didn't die in the end, that would be even worse. With Landlord's mute acupoint unlocked, he breathed rapidly like a bellows. Who are you people? Landlord's asked with a pale face. Are we asking you, or are you asking us? Bao Bao extended his hand and slapped him. Unable to evade, Landlord's felt his face burning. Fortunately, Bao Bao knew his limits. Or else, his slap would have sent his head flying. Speak, are you allowed to enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain at any time? Qin Wushuang asked lightly. Then, he seemed to know Landlord's unyielding personality as he said slowly, I know that besides the son of the core disciple of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, you have 3 other sons and 4 daughters. They are all mingling in the River Gate State City. It should be easy to find them, right? Landlord's entire body twitched slightly as a resentful look emerged from his eyes. He said with hatred, I have no grudge with you, you are so ruthless. Qin Wushuang could not help but laugh as he said leisurely, don't look at me with those eyes. Don't pretend to be innocent. Since I've found you, I've already dug into your background. How many bad things have you done in your lifetime? How many evil things have your children done? I know more about these accounts than you do, would you believe me? In the River Gate State City, Landlord's was not some kind man or woman. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He knew that today, he had encountered a ruthless character. He could not play the sympathy card. This is the last time, if you don't take this chance to answer me, you don't have to answer me. You don't have to answer. I'll ask your children. It's the same. Instantly, Landlord's psychological line of defense had collapsed. If the other party had threatened him with his life, he would certainly not have surrendered. However, he had 4 sons and 4 daughters. They were the foundation for the prosperity of his family and his bloodline. If they were all wiped out, then Zhuomo's lineage would be wiped out. Even if he was an evil person that had committed all kinds of crimes, he would never abandon his beloved children and bloodline. Qin Wushuang stared at Landlord's His eyes did not carry that kind of sharp coercion. Instead, he looked at Landlord's calmly. However, that trace of murderous intent that occasionally flashed across his eyes made Landlord's shiver uncontrollably. His psychological line of defense had collapsed completely. I can enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain, but it's all thanks to my son. Of course, we know that it's all thanks to your son. I am asking if you can enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain at any time. Theoretically, I have the opportunity to visit my son each year. And many of the middle managers of the Heavenly Sun Mountain have received benefits from me. They are more relaxed when it comes to me entering the mountain. While Landlord's answered, he also tried hard to suppress his fear. Inwardly, he kept calculating, this person is asking me if I can enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain. For sure, he must have used my connection to enter the mountain. Since he needs my help, he must not kill me. I must use this problem to bargain with him. This way, Even if you enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain now, they will still let you in, right? Qin Wushuang asked again. At this time. Every year at this time, it's not the time for me to go to the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Usually, I go before and after the festival. I can also send some gifts and make some connections. You are good at currying favor. It seems that you have played a part in your son becoming a core disciple. Before and after the festival, how long until the closest festival? Landlord Zhuo did not even blink his brows. This is obvious. The closest festival is the Qingming festival. For the disciples of the three major families of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, as long as they have some reputation, they will go to the Heavenly Sun Mountain to worship their ancestors 3 days before and 7 days after the Qingming festival. Worshipping the ancestors during the Qingming festival was a tradition. It was the same in the human countries as they valued it greatly. In the Tian Xian land, the concept of clans was extremely important. Small families and members of the imperial clan liked to rely on the major families and clans. Acknowledging one's ancestors was the most popular activity in the Tian Xian land. Worshipping the ancestors during the Qingming festival was the best time to acknowledge one's ancestors. In the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, the Luo, Tian, and Zhuo families all viewed the Heavenly Sun Mountain as the place where their ancestors' souls resided. Thus, during the Qingming festival, the Heavenly Sun Mountain would be extremely lively. After some calculations, there was still 1.5 months before the Qingming festival. Apparently, it was impossible for Qin Wushuang to wait for 1.5 months. Besides the festivals, can't you find an excuse to go to the Heavenly Sun Mountain? Qin Wushuang asked with a cold sneer. Landlord Zhuo did not know where to look as he was pressured by Qin Wushuang's gaze. If you can't think of a way, then it's useless to keep you alive. However, if I kill you, the road to the underworld would be too lonely. I will send all of your relatives to reunite with you. Don't worry, I will not leave anyone behind. Including Zhuo Shao of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. When Landlord Zhuo saw Qin Wushuang's stern expression, he knew that this person was not lying. He mumbled, "There must be a way. Speak." Qin Wushuang was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. I can use the excuse of sending something to my son. Qin Wushuang revealed a joyful smile and asked, "Will it not arouse suspicion?" "No, definitely not," Landlord Zhuo said with a determined tone. "I hope not. If it is, your entire family, including you, will not be able to keep their lives." Landlord Zhuo's entire body trembled as he could not help but ask, "Mister, you want to enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain wholeheartedly, what is your intention?" Qin Wushuang said leisurely, "Don't you think that if you know too much, it's easy for you to die earlier?" Landlord Zhuo hardened his heart. "If I don't know, even if you kill my entire family, I will not cooperate. If you go to cause trouble, in the end, the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect will pursue the matter to me. At that time, it would also be a crime to kill all 9 generations of my family. Dying sooner or later, it's all death. Why should I agree to it?" Qin Wushuang looked at Landlord Zhuo with a scrutinizing gaze. Apparently, he wanted to see if this guy was exaggerating. When he saw Landlord Zhuo's determined expression, he did not seem to be faking it. Besides, upon careful consideration, Landlord Zhuo's words did make some sense. If Landlord Zhuo had led the wolf into the house and pursued the matter, of course, he would have a share of the responsibility. When Landlord Zhuo saw Qin Wushuang remaining silent, he thought that his move had worked. Since the other party still had a request, then he had a way. He could not let it go and talk about the conditions. Unexpectedly, after a moment of deep thought, Qin Wushuang laughed and nodded as if he had made a decision. "Great, truly great. What's so great about it?" When Landlord Zhuo saw Qin Wushuang laughing so happily, his scalp went numb. Yet, he still spoke with a tough tone, "Mister, if you want to use this to force me, I advise you to give up. Unless what you are about to do is not enough to kill all 9 generations of my Zhuo clan. No, for sure, this matter will implicate all 9 generations. And if you have 90 generations, I believe they will kill all of them." These words made Landlord Zhuo draw a breath of cold air as he thought Qin Wushuang was joking. "You want to cause trouble at the Heavenly Sun Mountain, I am afraid it's not enough with just you guys, right? The smile on Qin Wushuang's face became even more intense as he laughed. Landlord's hair stood on end as his entire body could not help but tremble. What are you laughing at? Why are you acting so weird? Earlier, I was still hesitating whether you must die or not. Now it seems that my last bit of compassion has been washed away by your performance. Landlords laughed. You want to kill me? Impossible. If you want to enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain, then you cannot kill me. Even if you go to the Goose Lake State and bribe those people of the Tien clan, they will not take you to the Heavenly Sun Mountain. Their connections are not as wide as mine. Landlord Zhuo yelled with a red face as if he was very confident. Luo Yang, the necromancer alchemist who had inexplicably returned to the time when he was 4 years old and had just advanced to the 7th level sorcerer and was about to leave his name in history, felt that his fate was tragic. However, it did not matter. Since he had been reborn, then let us play to our heart's content. Especially when he already knew about the history. Author Stupid Prince's new book Reincarnated Undead World has been officially signed and uploaded. Please support us. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 539. Qin Wushuang still had a face full of smiles as he turned around to say to Bao Bao, "You saw those two clearly, right? How are their figures? Their voices?" Bao Bao laughed. "Don't worry, boss, those two are this guy's loyal dogs. They are invisible and always wear a black cloak whenever they go in and out. No one can see their appearance." "That's good, it couldn't be more perfect." Qin Wushuang laughed and looked at Landlord Zhuo, who was shivering from head to toe. "He thinks that we must have him if we want to enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain. What do you guys think?" Bao Bao laughed mockingly. "Too naive, boss, show him some magic tricks." Landlord Zhuo opened his mouth wide and swallowed his saliva. Clearly, he did not know what they were talking about. However, he saw Qin Wushuang's body flashed and he covered his face with his sleeve. His body spun at a rapid speed. While he kept spinning, the expression on his face also seemed to be changing. And his body shape also seemed to be changing. As Qin Wushuang's body spun slower, Landlord's expression also became more terrified. His pupils could not help but enlarge as he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. Qin Wushuang stopped his body and looked at Landlord Zhuo with that strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Currently, Landlord Zhuo's mouth had opened into an O shape that could fit 2 big steamed buns. "Does it look like you?" Qin Wushuang imitated the tone of Landlord Zhuo's voice. Even his pronunciation was imitated perfectly. Landlord Zhuo was greatly surprised. Then, his face turned deathly pale as he mumbled with a face full of ashes, "Just kill me." Since the other party could even imitate his shape and voice, he could totally kick Zhuozhan out of the picture. In this way, all of his bargaining power was easily destroyed by the other party. "Kill you? There's no need to rush." Qin Wushuang instructed his servants, "Strip his clothes. Jade Hair, now it's up to you." Moon Palace Jade Hair laughed leisurely. "This is simple." Moon Palace Jade Hair transformed into a human and pointed with his finger. A faint blue flame appeared on his fingertip. This faint blue flame looked exceptionally strange. "Master, after these few months of exploration, my control over the venomous insects is much more powerful than before." The voice of Moon Palace Jade Hair sounded eerie and caused Landlord Zhuo to feel a trace of unease. "Gu poison." This terrifying term caused his entire body to twitch uncontrollably. "Don't worry, it will only take a short while. After a short while, the entire world will be peaceful, and your world will be pure. Relax, relax, don't resist. If you resist, you won't get any benefits other than suffering a little more." Moon Palace Jade Hair guided him patiently and patiently. He was simply a demon. Landlord's entire body trembled. Despite feeling despair, he was powerless to resist. Moon Palace Jade Hair flicked his finger and that flame shot into the forehead of Landlord Zhuo. "What a cooperative prey." Moon Palace Jade Rabbit licked its lips, its eyes shining. This was the second test subject of its trial. Ying Long was only its first test subject. Without a doubt, that time would not be as successful as this time. Looking at Landlord Zhuo's blurred eyes, Moon Palace Jade Hair knew that the venomous insect had already controlled Landlord Zhuo's spiritual perception and entered his dantian. Master, now, I will transfer my control to you. As Moon Palace Jade Hair spoke, he handed that origin venomous insect to Qin Wushuang as if he was handing it over. For the venomous insect, the most crucial part was the origin venomous insect. Whoever had the origin venomous insect, the venomous insect puppet would be their slave. It would obey every command without any objections. In fact, this origin venomous insect was only a handprint. Qin Wushuang spread out the handprint and watched that origin venomous insect jump on his hand. Currently, he only needed to move his spiritual perception slightly to invade Landlord Zhuo's spiritual perception and extract any information he needed. Therefore, Landlord Zhuo must not die, he must live. Only when he was alive would this spiritual perception store have value. Once he died, it would have no value. As if Landlord Zhuo's dantian had been sealed by ice, he slowly woke up after a while. When he opened his eyes again, Landlord Zhuo had completely become Qin Wushuang's puppet. Although he did not appear to have any abnormalities on the surface, currently, Landlord Zhuo's spiritual perception was under Qin Wushuang's control. Haha, boss, so cool. Regardless of how good that heart illusion mask is, it's not as good as the real thing. Haha, so awesome. Bao Bao was full of praises. Everything was perfect. No one would stop him when he controlled Landlord Zhuo and swaggered into the heavenly Sun Mountain. By that time, he could do whatever he wanted. Qin Wushuang was not overly optimistic as he said with a smile, "Don't be hasty, we have only completed the first step. Next, we still have the second step." Second step? Yes, the second step. Qin Wushuang said to Landlord Zhuo, "What are the names of your two subordinates?" Landlord Zhuo said respectfully, "Master, they don't have names, only numbers. They are Silver Hawk Guard number 1 and number 2. Qin Wushuang nodded and asked again, "Usually, how many people do you bring when you go to the Heavenly Sun Mountain?" "Usually, only 5 or 6 people, and they are all my trusted aides." At this moment, of course, Landlord Zhuo would not lie again. "Great, then this time, we will bring 6 people. Us 3 brothers will pretend to be 3 subordinates. The other 3 will return to the manor and let Jade Hair work hard to make 3 more divine venomous puppets." "Haha, boss, you have designed it perfectly." Currently, Landlord Zhuo had completely become a puppet. Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao dressed in black robes and cloak, disguised as Silver Hawk Guard number 1 and number 2 and followed Landlord Zhuo back to the manor. From top to bottom of the Zhuo manor, besides Silver Hawk Guard number 1 and number 2, no one else was qualified to approach Landlord Zhuo. Unless they were the offspring of Landlord Zhuo. After returning to the manor, everything went according to Qin Wushuang's plan. He let Landlord Zhuo call in 4 of his trusted aides. Each of them were taken down and turned into puppets. This way, Qin Wushuang had gathered all the required teams. Naturally, the rare treasures collected by Landlord Zhuo and the 2 gifts given by Qin Wushuang were returned to their rightful owners. As for Landlord Zhuo's wealth, of course, Qin Wushuang accepted it with a smile. The next day, Landlord Zhuo spread the news that he was going to visit Zhuoshao at the Heavenly Sun Mountain. The River Gate State City was not far from the Heavenly Sun Mountain. It was about 10,000 miles away. To martial artists at their level, it was not a long journey. Usually, when you go to the Heavenly Sun Mountain, what kind of connections do you need to make? To enter the Heavenly Sun Mountain, there are many big and small checkpoints. For those disciples guarding the main checkpoints, I need to prepare a gift. This gift does not need to be heavy, I just need to express my sincerity. When I arrive at the Heavenly Sun Mountain, to see my son, I need to find the Shakyamuni in charge of the training of the core disciples and give him a big gift. The training areas of the core disciples all have special places. I also need to give some benefits to the disciples guarding these special places. I need to prepare 50 or 60 big and small gifts, right? Yes, I will leave these to you. Qin Wushuang said lightly. Landlord Zhuo was extremely efficient. Soon, a list of gifts had been prepared. After choosing the auspicious day, he left the manor and headed towards the heavenly Sun Mountain. The 5 sealed spiritual beasts still stayed inside the seal. Qin Wushuang did not plan to let them show their faces in public. Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao, and Lone disguised themselves as 3 subordinates. And for those 4 puppets that were made later, only 3 were needed. The remaining one was taken care of after they left the manor. It was because Qin Wushuang wanted to make sure that there were 6 subordinates following Landlord Zhuo when they left the manor. Besides Silver Hawk Guards number 1 and number 2, of course, he needed 4 more. And after meeting up with Lone, there would be 1 more head. Of course, he needed to take care of 1 more. This way, there would not be any flaws even if there were fewer people. On the second day, the group of 7 arrived at the giant wood town outside the heavenly Sun Mountain. This giant wood town was extremely unique. The entire town was built in a large scale of giant trees. It appeared to be majestic and had a local ambience. The prosperity of this giant wood town was not much less than those state cities. According to the rules, any powerhouse of the Divine Brilliance Prefecture must first send a name card if they wanted to visit the heavenly Sun Mountain. This was a must. Only after the name card had passed, they would be qualified to enter. Or else, they would not need to waste their effort. Even if they went, they would be refused entry. After they had arrived at the giant wood town and sent their name card, they could only wait patiently since there was nothing else to do. This night, Qin Wushuang and the others wandered around the giant wood town a few times. Then, they returned to the inn with satisfaction. Since this giant wood town was the only way to enter and exit the heavenly Sun Mountain, it was better to be familiar with the terrain. Qin Wushuang would never fight an unprepared battle. This time, he had directly charged into the lair of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang had also gone through meticulous planning. He had calculated that the lair of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was empty. Plus, with Lu Shenlo's guidance, he had come up with this idea. Landlord Zhuo was only a chess piece for him to execute this plan. After they had sent the name card, Landlord Zhuo did have some connections at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Now, the money he had spent on making arrangements was paying off. Many people who had sent the name card had not received a reply after waiting for 2 or 3 days. When they had sent the name card in the morning, they had received a reply at night asking them to head to the entrance of the heavenly Sun Mountain village at 7 in the morning. Indeed, the saying that money makes the devil turn millstones was not wrong at all. After a night of rest, Qin Wushuang worked hard to calm his surging emotions. He carried a form of determination to face this unprecedented journey. In his former world, 7 in the morning was the time between 7 and 9 in the morning. 2 hours was enough for them to arrive at the designated checkpoint. Of course, Landlord Zhuo would not change his habit of spending money like water. When they had entered the checkpoint and encountered the main checkpoint, they had presented a gift. Apparently, those people who had received the gift had become familiar with Landlord Zhuo. With a tacit understanding, they accepted the gift and let them pass. As soon as they had passed a dozen checkpoints, Qin Wushuang and Bao Bao smacked their lips inwardly. Indeed, the heavenly Sun Mountain was heavily guarded. Before they had even reached the core area of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it was already heavily guarded. It was indeed a unique scene of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Across the entire Shen Yuan Mound, most likely only the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had set up such a wide area of defense. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 540. The more heavily guarded the heavenly Luo Daoist sect was, the more suspicious Qin Wushuang felt. It seemed that Senior Lu Xianlu had truly researched the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Perhaps, the route he had drawn and the metaphor in the mural were true. If the heavenly Sun Mountain did not have an unspeakable lifeline, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not have needed to defend the entire heavenly Sun Mountain so tightly. It was as if they had occupied the entire heavenly Sun Mountain as their own. After passing through many obstacles, Qin Wushuang and his group finally arrived before the Wolf Ivory Peak. This Wolf Ivory Peak was the place where the core disciples of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect trained. Don't underestimate this Wolf Ivory Peak, for it was at least 10,000 miles wide. As for the entire heavenly Sun Mountain, it stretched on for tens of thousands of miles. After Qin Wushuang had entered the heavenly Sun Mountain, he had sensed a form of spiritual qi from a blessed place. Putting aside his prejudice against the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, this place was indeed marvelous and worthy of the praise of the heavens. After passing through the col, a cluster of buildings was hidden amidst a sea of bamboo. These buildings were one of the courtyards of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang had studied the map and knew that this should be the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. This courtyard was exclusive to the core disciples. With beautiful scenery and rich spiritual qi, it could be called one of the core areas of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Before Qin Wushuang and his group had approached the Sea of Bamboo courtyard, they were stopped by disciples lying in ambush. "Who are you, trespassing the Sea of Bamboo courtyard?" Landlords were immediately said carefully. "Senior brothers, I am Zhuo Shao's father, Zhuo Yuting." This landlord Zhuo had an elegant name. Senior brother Zhuo Shao's father? Apparently, those disciples did not lack respect for Zhuo Shao as they put away their weapons. One of the disciples nodded when he saw landlord Zhuo from afar. "That's right, I recognize Uncle Zhuo." Landlord Zhuo immediately cupped his hands in a salute. "Ha ha, you should be senior brother too." That disciple with the surname Tu immediately said, "I am senior brother Zhuo Shao's junior brother." "Uncle, please don't call me senior brother, or else it would be too much." Landlord Zhuo laughed. "All right, little brother Tu, may I ask if Shakyamuni Chongguang is here?" The disciple surnamed Tu said, "For Wang has been guarding the headquarters recently. The core disciples' training has been handed over to Luo Xiong, Luo Yang, and a few other elders." Luo Yang? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved. There were many names in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, and not all of them could move Qin Wushuang's heart. However, it was not the first time Qin Wushuang had heard of this Luo Yang. For your information, this Luo Yang was Zhuo Tianxi's uncle. He was also a major chess piece used by the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to control the 9 Palace faction in the human empire. Zhuo Tianxi's direct backer was Luo Yang. Although this Luo Yang was only one of the 40 or 50 elders of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he was at the profound void martial stage. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, even if they were not at the level of giant figures, they would hold considerable power. This time, he had been sent here to be in charge of the core disciple training. Unexpectedly, he had bumped into northern Qin Wushuang. After a moment of silence, landlords were asked, "Then, are these elders in this courtyard?" "Only Elder Luo Yang is here. The other 2 elders are deep inside the Wolf Ivory Peak. They have been gone for a few days." Landlords were said, "I see. Then I'll have to trouble little brother Tu to pass on the message. I have not had the chance to meet Elder Luo Yang." "Wait a moment." In a moment, that disciple surnamed Tu had returned and said to Landlord Zhuo, "Elder Luo Yang has asked you to come in." Landlord Zhuo was familiar with the way and clearly, it was not his first time here. When they arrived at the Sea of Bamboo courtyard, someone led them in. In a moment, they had arrived at the place where Elder Luo Yang was receiving guests. Landlord Zhuo was very straightforward as he brought his gifts first. Initially, he had prepared a great gift for Shakyamuni Chongguang. Now, he could only split it and give it to the 3 elders. In the past, Shakyamuni Chongguang was in charge of this place alone. Now, with the 3 elders managing it together, it had caught landlords were unprepared. He could only split it into 3. However, even if it was split into 3, it was still a great gift. At least, after Elder Luo Yang received the gifts, he felt much more at ease. When he saw Landlord Zhuo, he more or less revealed a smile. Zhuo Yuting greets Elder Luo Yang. Landlord Zhuo showed sufficient etiquette. "Ha ha, Zhuo Shao's father. Nice, nice. Junior Zhuo is good. Your complexion is good, it seems you have a lot of property in the River Gate State City. Among the higher-ups of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, this Luo Yang was one of the greedier ones. Although he held a high position, he did not hold much power and did not receive much benefits. Naturally, he was in a good mood since he had gotten some benefits. Ha ha, before Elder Luo Yang, that little property is not worth mentioning. In the future, if Elder has the time, please come to my humble abode and give me some advice. Wouldn't that be too much of a bother? Ha ha. Luo Yang did have such intentions as he spoke some fake words of courtesy. Elder, you are treating me as an outsider. Indeed, my humble abode is graced with your presence. In the future, the feng shui will become even more prosperous. Juniors were sure knows how to joke. Speaking of which, I have a brother-in-law with the surname Zwe. Unfortunately, let's not talk about those disappointing matters. Apparently, for a moment, Luo Yang thought of his brother-in-law's family and his nephews were Tianxi. Thus, he changed the topic and asked, Junior Zwe, is there something urgent? Ha ha. Landlords appeared somewhat embarrassed. It's not a big matter. The older one gets, the more useless they become. I've been idle at home for a long time and wanted to see my son. Elder Luo Yang, usually, how often does my Zwe Shao come down the mountain? There is no rule when he comes down the mountain. Luo Yang muttered to himself. Then, could you ask him to come down the mountain alone? Landlords were probed. If it were any other time, it would be possible. However, in these few months, it's not possible. Last time, before the head Dao warrior left, he had given a strict order. All core disciples must train strictly and devote themselves to training. They must train in isolation for half a year. Before half a year, no one is allowed to come down the mountain. Luo Yang appeared somewhat troubled. Half a year. I wonder how much time has passed. There is not much time left, only a month left. Of course, they must come out before the Qingming festival. By that time, the head Dao warrior and the others will all rush back and hold the ancestral worship ceremony. No disciple is allowed to be absent from this ceremony, unless they are far away and cannot make it back. Luo Yang had accepted Landlord's gift and explained in detail. Currently, Landlord's spiritual perception was basically under Qin Wushuang's control as he asked. The head Dao warrior and the others should have gone out to hunt that human kid, Qin Wushuang, right? When Luo Yang heard the three words Qin Wushuang, an incomparably malevolent expression instantly appeared on his face. Waves of murderous intentions flashed across his eyes as he nodded slowly. That's right. This kid is truly a miracle. Now, I truly regret that I did not kill him in the cradle when he was in the human countries. Luo Yang was feeling pain from the bottom of his heart. When he thought that his nephew, Zwe Tianxi, had died by the hands of Qin Wushuang, waves of pain emerged from his heart. Compared to the death of Luo Ting, although they were from the same clan, they were many generations apart. Naturally, their blood relationship was not as close as that of his nephew, Zwe Tianxi. Thus, in Luo Yang's heart, Luo Ting's death was far less painful than Zwe Tianxi's death. Raising a tiger brings calamity. Currently, this Qin Wushuang has allowed the head Dao warrior to step out. It's rare. However, since the head Dao warrior has stepped out, this kid's days are numbered. Inwardly, Luo Yang smiled bitterly. Head Dao warrior stepping out? What about it? A few months had passed, didn't they still not catch a single hair? I only hope that before the Qingming festival, the head Dao warrior can bring back Qin Wushuang's head. Only then can those wronged souls of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect rest in peace. Luo Yang's face became extremely distorted. When he thought of Zwe Tianxi's death, he still could not let it go. There will be no problem. Besides, I heard from people at the River Gate State City that Qin Wushuang seemed to have appeared at the Danxia prefecture. He had also asked a local craftsman to make some tools. Luo Yang waved his hand. Those are all old news, it's not new. Lu Xianlu had already committed suicide to atone for his crimes. However, we did not catch any trace of that kid. When Qin Wushuang heard these words, inwardly, he felt a wave of sadness. Indeed, Senior Lu Xianlu had died. Although Qin Wushuang and Lu Xianlu had only met twice, The two of them seemed to have known each other for hundreds of years. Everything was so tacit. Now, when he heard such grievous news, Qin Wushuang could not help but feel heartache. He felt extremely sad for Lu Xianlu's passing. To him, Lu Xianlu was not a teacher or a friend. He was not even a spiritual friend. However, those things left behind by Lu Xianlu had allowed Qin Wushuang to feel a sense of mission to pass on his legacy. It was as if he was the inheritor of Lu Xianlu's legacy. When he heard this news, it was unavoidable for him to feel sorrowful. Master Lu, although I knew that you had already made up your mind to die at that moment, without a doubt, you have added another heavy stroke to the blood feud with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Please rest assured, for this debt, I will settle it with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Perhaps, in the near future, it will be time for them to repay their debt. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang prayed silently. If Mr. Lu's heroic spirit was not far away, Qin Wushuang hoped that he could hear his inner thoughts. His hatred towards the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had reached an unprecedented height. Landlord Zhuo opened his mouth as if he wanted to talk about something. Of course, Luo Yang did not want to talk too much about internal matters with this outsider. Instantly, he said, Junior Zhuo, you should have come to see your son, Zhuo Shao. You have come at the wrong time. How about you go back first and come back in a month? If you have the patience, you can also wait here. As long as you do not trespass the Wolf Ivory Peak, it would not be a problem for you to stay here for a while. These words were exactly what Qin Wushuang wished for. From this point of view, it was good news that Zhuo Shao and the other core disciples had gone into seclusion for half a year. Landlords were pretended to think for a moment and said, since I have nothing to do after going back, it would be a pleasure to experience the charm of a major sect before the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Elder Luo Yang, I will only stay here for a month. Later, I will prepare another gift as compensation for staying here for a month. Luo Yang laughed. Junior Zhuo, you are too courteous. Although his words were beautiful, his tone did not show any intention of refusing. In the eyes of Qin Wushuang, naturally, Luo Yang was labeled as a greedy person. Greed was also a type of weakness. Now, Qin Wushuang needed to grasp the other party's weakness. At this heavenly Luo Daoist sect, even if the main force had gone out, there would be many elite warriors. Thus, Qin Wushuang must use all the advantageous factors. Perhaps, this Luo Yang would be a good breakthrough point. Starting from today, there will be a huge amount of new chapters. Everyone can calculate now. It will end on the 31st of the month. Before April Fool's Day arrives, there will be no less than 100 chapters. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There will be more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 541. Indeed, money could make the devil turn millstones. A gift and an empty promise had made an elder like Luo Yang view Landlord Zhuo in a new light. The Sea of Bamboo Courtyard could be counted as the highest-grade villa area in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, only the core disciples were qualified to stay here. And the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard was the place where tens of thousands of disciples of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect racked their brains to enter. After Qin Wushuang and his friends had settled down in the guest room, Luo Yang had sent a few intimate servants to serve them. Indeed, he was meticulous in every possible way. Qin Wushuang laughed inwardly. Indeed, this Luo Yang was greedy for money. Of course, he was being so attentive because of Landlord Zhuo's promise that he would prepare another gift. That night, Luo Yang invited Landlord Zhuo to a banquet. Of course, Luo Yang would not need to pay for the expenses. During the banquet, Luo Yang asked many questions about the River Gate State City and landlords were answered without leaving out a single detail. Qin Wushuang also felt lucky inwardly. Fortunately, this Landlord Zhuo was the genuine Landlord Zhuo. If it were another puppet, he would not have been able to answer many questions with such fluency and detail. At this time, Landlord Zhuo's strong points were displayed. During the banquet, he had stirred up the mood and livened up the atmosphere. A few casual words of praise and flattery had made Luo Yang extremely happy. Come, junior brothers were, indeed, I regret not having met you earlier. Brother's eloquence really makes us old fellows who hide in the mountains to cultivate feel ashamed. Luo Yang was not being modest. For figures at the elder level, they had spent too much time on training and did not have much time to learn the ways of the world. Thus, in terms of social interactions, they were not as smooth as landlords were, a martial artist who strived to make a living in the secular world. Landlords were laughed, Elder Luo Yang, if my training talent was on par with you elders, I would not have spent the time to train my eloquence. If my strength is not enough, my eloquence is better. Junior brothers was strength does not seem to be weak. Luo Yang sized landlords were from head to toe. If it wasn't for the fact that I spent a lot of money to buy the materials to refine the pills and asked the seniors in the dojo to refine a few void transformation pills, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to advance to the void transformation stage in my lifetime. Landlords did not try to cover up his mistakes as he gave a frank smile. Of course, the quality of the materials I have prepared is just that. They cannot be used to make the void transformation pill of the highest quality. This also means that the void transformation stage is my limit. This was actually the same principle as those Xiantian initial stage pills. If it wasn't a top-grade pill, once it was consumed, it meant that one had reached a compromise with the bottleneck, which also meant that one wouldn't be able to make another breakthrough in this lifetime. However, if he were to consume a top-grade pill, he would not have to worry about this. After consuming it, one could continue to climb to higher realms. For example, the sky pilfering pill that Lu Xianlu had left for Qin Wushuang in the Abyss Treasure Vault was one of those heaven-defying pills that could unconditionally raise one's cultivation level. This kind of master craftsmanship not only required a lot of money, but also top-grade materials. It could be said to be a once-in-a-century opportunity. Now, Qin Wushuang understood why landlords could not enter the heavenly Luo Daoist sect even though he had reached the transformation void martial stage. Unexpectedly, landlords' words had stirred Luo Yang's thoughts. He gave a light sigh. Juniors since you are able to consume the void transformation pill without hesitation, it proves that your courage is commendable. It's too bad that I am still lingering at the profound void martial stage. I am afraid that I will not be able to break through until the end of my lifespan. Landlords smiled apologetically. Elder Luo Yang is training at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and the heavenly Sun Mountain. There will always be opportunities and unexpected fortuitous opportunities. This is something that I cannot compare to. I believe that you will be able to break into the perfect void martial stage with your own power. Luo Yang gave a long sigh. If that day truly comes, I will remember your words today. I will wait for your good news at the River Gate State City. Luo Yang smiled bitterly. In the end, his imagination was suppressed by his rationality as he said with a bitter smile, "Honestly, I do not have the slightest confidence. I am already prepared. In 30 years, if I do not break through, I will consume the pill and force my way to the perfect void martial stage. Whether I succeed or not, it will be up to fate. The higher one's strength and stage, the lower the success rate of using the pill." Landlords could understand Luo Yang's choice. After all, when one's lifespan was up, regardless of how high one's ambition was, one had no choice but to accept fate. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it would be better to try. Even if he could not succeed by consuming the pill, it would be better than not trying at all. Once he succeeded and advanced to the perfect void martial stage, he would gain at least 200 years of lifespan. This was a temptation that no martial artist could resist. The older one got, the more one feared death. These words were not empty words. In fact, Luo Yang was unwilling to use the pill to break through because he harbored a trace of fantasy. He wanted to use his own power to break through. Such a breakthrough would mean that he could climb to a higher stage in the future. He could also gain more lifespan. A lot of things can happen in 30 years. Elder, you don't need to be so depressed. Ha ha. Landlords comforted him. Luo Yang waved his hand. To people of the secular world, 30 years is most likely half a lifetime. However, to martial artists like us, it would be as quick as a snap of the fingers. You are the most open-minded and carefree one. In fact, it's good for you to be like this. Luo Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. Landlord Zhuo said with a bitter smile, I am finding joy in the midst of misery. Since I know that there is no hope to break into a higher stage, I decided to play around in the secular world and seek a carefree life. I'm so useless that I've pinned my hopes of cultivation on Zhuo Shao. Luo Yang gave a long sigh. This is also where I envy you. At least, you have a son to look forward to. I once had 2 sons, and now, none of them are alive. My most beloved nephew was killed by a kid from the secular world. To outsiders, I am an elder of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and hold an honorable position. In the Divine Brilliance Prefecture, countless people envy my position. What the F***ck do you think this is? Apparently, Luo Yang was slightly drunk. He had held back for too long. Today, he felt that he had hit it off with Landlord Zhuo at first sight. Thus, as soon as he had opened his mouth, he could not hold back. Landlord Zhuo touched his nose awkwardly and was about to say something. Suddenly, a vicious light emerged from Luo Yang's eyes. 30 years, I will only give myself 30 years. Within these 30 years, if I cannot break through, I will resign from my position as an elder of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I must also finish 2 things. Oh! Landlord Zhuo looked at Luo Yang with surprise. First, I will find an heir from my nephew's generation and pass on all my skills to him. Second, I will go to the great Luo Empire and start a massacre. This. Landlord Zhuo was extremely surprised. It seems that passing on skills requires a special technique, right? And if I go to the human countries and start a massacre, I will become the public enemy of the Tianxian land. Luo Yang laughed without a care. If you know that your end is near, would you still care about being the public enemy? I also thought about it. In the worst case, I will resign from my position as an elder of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and cut off all ties with the sect. This way, there will be no problem of dragging the heavenly Luo Daoist sect down. Overall, if I do not vent this anger, I will feel suffocated. Luo Yang did not care about Luo Ting's death because it was not his own flesh and blood that had died. However, Zhuo Tianxi was his nephew. Ever since his 2 sons had died, he had already regarded this nephew as his own. Who would have thought that he would be killed by a human kid who was originally unknown? Luo Yang had been thinking about revenge for more than a day or 2. However, the head Dao warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect did not dare to launch an attack on the human countries. He only sent people to deal with Qin Wushuang's family and sect in secret. However, when their people had gone, they had come to empty space. They were already prepared. Luo Tongtian had to consider the overall benefit of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and would not dare to lead the sect into an abyss of eternal damnation. However, Luo Yang was not worried about these things. He only wanted to avenge his grudges. Even if it was Zhuo Tianxi who had been killed for invading others, he would not care. In the martial arts world, they had always helped those close to them and not reason. Qin Wushuang listened to Luo Yang's words with a cold sneer. Inwardly, he remained calm as he thought, 30 years. You still have 30 years to wait. When Landlord Zhuo saw that Luo Yang was slightly drunk, he advised, Elder Luo Yang, now that the head Dao warrior has stepped out, I believe that Qin Wushuang would not have gone far. For these matters, you should just wait patiently. Luo Yang only grabbed the wine cup and poured another cup. Currently, he already felt a deep sense of despair towards the power of the higher-ups. He did not expect them to capture Qin Wushuang and bring him to justice this time. Junior Zhuo, that kid Qin Wushuang is too cunning. Even if the head Dao warrior had stepped out, I would not have expected him to succeed. From the beginning, we should not have tolerated him. Luo Yang's tongue had become somewhat big. Landlords broke out in a cold sweat. Inwardly, he thought that this guy was drunk and spoke without thinking. He was openly questioning the authority of the head Dao warrior and even the ability of the higher-ups of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Elder Luo Yang, you are somewhat drunk, let's call it a day? Behind Luo Yang, a few of his trusted subordinates walked over and whispered. At the same time, they looked at landlords alertly. Apparently, they were worried that landlord Zhuo would betray Elder Luo Yang and spread those drunken words. Landlord Zhuo immediately waved his hand and laughed. Everyone, you should not take the drunken words spoken during the banquet seriously. You will forget it after hearing it during the banquet. My subordinates are also not people with loose tongues. Don't worry, these words were spoken during the baptism and ended during the banquet. Luo Yang glared at landlord Zhuo. Junior Zhuo, I trust you and think highly of you. I only spoke these words to you, if you were to betray me. Landlord Zhuo laughed. What are you talking about, elder? To be honest, I'm feeling a bit dizzy right now. I can't even remember what Elder Luo Yang said at this moment. When I wake up, I am afraid there will be nothing left. Additionally, even if I were to sow discord and say that it is inappropriate for a distant relative, surely the head Dao warrior would not believe me. Instead, he would choose to believe you, right? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang praised this landlord Zhuo for his eloquence. Indeed, Luo Yang's expression eased. He said to landlord Zhuo with a loose tongue, Junior Zhuo, you are a person who understands the situation. I will nag you one more time. In this sea of bamboo courtyard, you should live in seclusion. Don't wander around. At this critical moment, it's best to not cause trouble. Naturally, landlord Zhuo was submissive. Of course, thank you for the reminder, Elder Luo Yang. To be continued, if you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 542. After they had settled down, Qin Wushuang summoned all 5 sealed spiritual beasts. The sky-pilfered mole was in charge of monitoring landlord Zhuo and his 3 subordinates. Although landlord Zhuo was already being controlled by the divine venomous insect, it would not be wrong to be careful. Qin Wushuang would not allow any mistakes in any part of the process. To make a move, the faster the better. Through this banquet, Qin Wushuang already had a general understanding of the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. In total, 3 elders were in charge of the courtyard. It was apparent that Luo Yang did not hold a high position in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Or else, he would not have stayed here. The other 2 elders were qualified to move freely. Because of this fact, Luo Yang's mentality had become somewhat distorted. When facing landlord Zhuo, a person he had only met for the first time, he had spoken the truth after getting drunk. It was apparent that Luo Yang had to vent his frustrations. The more unstable Luo Yang's mentality was, the more opportunities Qin Wushuang and his friends would have. After all, it would not be easy to capture Luo Yang alive and use the divine venomous insect technique. Not to mention Luo Yang's powerful strength as an elite warrior at the profound void martial stage, he was even more powerful than Luo Ting. Not to mention his own strength, there were many elite warriors at the transformation void martial stage in the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. Most importantly, this place was not far from the headquarters of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Once the wind rustled the grass, it would attract even more powerful elite warriors, such as those at the perfect void martial stage. Once those at the perfect void martial stage arrived, to the current Qin Wushuang, it would definitely be a disaster. Thus, to deal with Luo Yang, he must let him fall into his trap unknowingly. He must not cause a big commotion. Or else, it would only bring harm to Qin Wushuang. Besides the sky-pilfered mole, the other spiritual beasts had gathered in Qin Wushuang's room, including Bao Bao and Lone. To prevent the walls from having ears, they had all changed to communicating with their spiritual perception. Boss, that Luo Yang is somewhat drunk, we should make a move tonight, Bao Bao suggested. 4 martial artists, especially elite warriors at the profound void martial stage, they would not get drunk to the point of losing consciousness. Luo Yang was drunk, in fact, he was only acting recklessly in his mind. However, his words had inspired me greatly. I can see that Luo Yang is not satisfied with the higher-ups of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, Look, the other 2 elders can go out freely, but Luo Yang has to stay here to guard. What did that mean? This meant that Luo Yang was not favored by the higher-ups. Otherwise, with his status as an elder, he wouldn't have said so many discouraging words. Everyone nodded in agreement with Qin Wushuang's analysis. Boss, when do we take action? Lone was more concerned about this. Qin Wushuang spread out Lu Xianluo's map and analyzed. Look, the route indicated on the mural is right here on the map. We are now in the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard. It was some distance away from that place. There were at least 3 lines of defense between them. He might be able to break through 1 or 2 dows. However, it is obviously impossible to rely on martial strength to break through all the way. If Lu Xianlu had grasped the lifeline of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, then it would be impossible for the sect to know nothing about this lifeline. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect knew about it, surely they would have sent a large number of soldiers to guard it. This way, it would be extremely difficult for them to pass through that route. Boss, we can use the same old trick and lure away those lines of defense like how we dealt with Luo Zhon. We have a lot of people anyways. Bao Bao suggested. Qin Wushuang laughed. Regardless of how many people we have, we would not have more than the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. To pass through that line of defense, the answer lies with Luo Yang. Only by getting Luo Yang's elder command plate, it would be the true pass. Bao Bao and Lone's eyes lit up. Boss, so you already had a plan. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, if I didn't have these plans, I would not have wasted so much time with Luo Yang. Ha ha, boss, then let's make a move. Although Luo Yang is at the profound void martial stage, he does not have any subordinates at the profound void martial stage. This is advantageous for us. Besides, the defense of this heavenly Luo Daoist sect is tight on the outside and loose on the inside. You see, when we entered the mountain, there were layers upon layers of defense, but when we entered the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard, it seemed even more relaxed. It's easy to understand. Since the outside is tight and not even a fly can fly in, there is no need for it to be so tight inside. Qin Wushuang tapped the table with his finger and thought carefully. Now, the most crucial step was to acquire Luo Yang's Elder Jade Plate. There were only 2 paths to acquire the Elder Jade Plate. First, they could kill Luo Yang and take the plate. Second, they could turn Luo Yang into a puppet like landlords were. After considering all aspects, the second path was the most suitable. It would be the safest to let Luo Yang take them into the mountain. Regardless of the checkpoint, there would be no need to worry. Boss, there is only a little more than a month until the Tomb Sweeping Festival. We must make a move as soon as possible. The faster we get it, the further we can escape. How about tonight? Lone rubbed his fists and appeared extremely fanatical. Qin Wushuang shook his head and said, certainly not tonight. We must understand the situation at the Sea of Bamboo Courtyard, whether there are other elite warriors, and when the other 2 elders will return. If we don't understand these problems, once we make a move, an unexpected accident will occur. It will ruin our entire plan. Remember, we do not have any capital to make any mistakes. If we make one mistake, most likely everyone will die here. Lone and Bao Bao both calmed down and nodded. However, they could not help but ask, how many days do we have to wait? Not too long. I will ask Landlord Zhuo to curry favor with Luo Yang in these few days and find out the truth. We will try our best to understand the situation within 3 days. During this time, I will study the map of the Heavenly Sun Mountain carefully, including how we will retreat. We must calculate everything properly. Indeed, they could not afford to lose, especially in the territory of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. For this night, Qin Wushuang and the others did not make any movements and appeared extremely well behaved. When dawn approached, the 2 ghost-like shadows near the guest house, one after the other, left the guest house and returned to Luo Yang's room. How did it go? Luo Yang narrowed his eyes and was apparently resting. Elder, there were no movements. None of these people walked out of the guest house. This way, this Zhuo Yuting is rather obedient. Suddenly, Luo Yang opened his eyes and did not show the slightest trace of drunkenness. Yes, Elder, no need to worry. Since that Zhuo Yuting is Zhuo Shao's father, he should know that it's an arduous and fruitless task to spread rumors. Just as he said, even if he dares to spread rumors, most likely the honored Dao warrior would not listen to him. Initially, Luo Yang still did not feel reassured. He sent people to keep an eye on the guest house and see if this Zhuo Yuting would make any small movements. The surveillance for this night was not because he was suspicious of Zhuo Yuting's identity, but because Luo Yang had a guilty conscience and was afraid that landlord Zhuo would spread his drunken words. Elder, let's look at this guy's performance. However, I think this guy should be an understanding person. Luo Yang nodded lightly. It's good that he's an understanding person. I do intend to make friends with him, let's see if he knows how. Early in the morning, after washing up, landlord Zhuo came to visit Luo Yang again. Of course, there was another round of small talk. On the other hand, Luo Yang took landlord Zhuo and his group to walk around the Sea of Bamboo courtyard to experience the wonderful scenery. Landlord Zhuo gave a long sigh. This Sea of Bamboo courtyard is truly a peaceful place. It would be nice if I could spend the rest of my life here. Luo Yang laughed. Even us elders are not qualified to enjoy such treatment. It's a treatment that only belongs to the core disciples. Once the core disciples have matured and become elders and Shakyamuni, they will leave the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. Ha ha, for sure there will be a better place to go after becoming an elder and Shakyamuni. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect is a blessed place. Surely this is not the only place to go, right? Yes, yes. By the way, Elder Luo Yang, I heard that there are 3 elders in charge of the core disciple training at the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. The other 2 should have gone to the Wolf Ivory Peak, right? I don't know when they will return. I also have a small gift to show my appreciation. Luo Yang said with a light smile. Not half a year has passed. Since the core disciples cannot go down the mountain, of course they cannot go down the mountain. In fact, Luo Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable inwardly. When landlords were flattered him, he would gladly endure it. However, when he mentioned the other 2 elders, Luo Yang could not help but make some scattered associations and compare them. As if landlords were knew Luo Yang's thoughts, he laughed straightforwardly. Those small gifts are to thank the elders for taking care of my son, Zhuo Shao. I feel like old friends with Elder Luo Yang at first sight. Of course I should prepare another gift. By the way, Elder Luo. Before landlord Zhuo had finished speaking, he saw a disciple walking towards them at a fast speed from the foot of the mountain. This disciple was an old acquaintance of Qin Wushuang. When Qin Wushuang saw this person walking over quickly, his heartbeat almost sped up. Indeed, this person was Luo Yun. Initially, when he had gone to the human countries, he had flaunted his power before the Stargaze Palace and was extremely tyrannical. If Murong Shu had not intimidated him, most likely the Stargaze Palace would have suffered a great loss. However, now, Qin Wushuang and the others were dressed as followers. Regardless of temperament or appearance, they were completely different from before. Of course, this Luo Yun could not recognize them. Eldest uncle, eldest uncle. Luo Yun walked over quickly. When he saw these unfamiliar faces, he could not help but feel hesitant. What's wrong? Luo Yang asked. Hey. Luo Yun looked at landlord Zhuo and the others. Eldest uncle, we have a secret report. This Mr. Zhuo is senior brother Zhuo Shao's father. He is not an outsider. Luo Yang said it deliberately to bribe landlord Zhuo. In fact, Luo Yang knew clearly that a secret that even Luo Yun knew was not some top secret. As expected, when Luo Yun heard what he said, he no longer held back. Uncle, Head Dao Venerate and the others failed to capture us in Danxia Prefecture. The experts that were sent to the human countries also found nothing. Enraged, he attacked the Stargaze Palace directly and destroyed it. All the martial artists left in the Stargaze Palace were not spared. Luo Yun beamed with joy as he said, Hey, uncle, did you feel better? Originally, I should have been the one to do it. Unfortunately, when I went that time. Chapter 543. Like a heavy punch, this grievous news smashed onto Qin Wushuang's chest. If he wasn't wearing a mask, his expression would have been as ugly as it could be right now. The martial artists of the Stargaze Palace had not been spared. Although the core disciples and higher-ups of the Stargaze Palace had retreated ahead of time, however, there were still quite a number of people from the same sect who stayed behind. As he watched Luo Yun's beaming with joy, Qin Wushuang's heart was bleeding. If his rationality had not told him to stay calm, most likely he would have made a move already. He clenched his fists tightly inside his sleeves. He could not control the anger inside his heart and only wanted to start a massacre now. Luo Tongtian, in the end, you still made a move against the human countries. If that's the case, I, Qin Wushuang, will not stop until I make your heavenly Luo Daoist sect disappear. A wave of hatred that had nowhere to vent burned madly inside Qin Wushuang's heart. The Stargaze Palace was the place where Qin Wushuang had grown up. His roots were there. Although he did not have any feelings for his fellow disciples and had never interacted with them, regardless, they were like a family living under the same roof since they were in the same sect. They shared honor and disgrace. Qin Wushuang felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart as he tried hard to suppress the anger inside. All along, his family and the Stargaze Palace had been Qin Wushuang's two reverse scales. To Qin Wushuang, he could not forgive anyone who violated any of these 2 points. Now, he had heard such earth-shattering news brought by Luo Yun. Qin Wushuang only felt a wave of blood rolling in his entire body. To Luo Yang, this news could be considered a pleasant surprise. He asked emotionally, Luo Yun, where did you get the news? Luo Yun said, when I was at the main palace, I heard a few of the Shakyamuni's trusted disciples talking about it. Instantly, the joy that filled Luo Yang's heart disappeared like smoke. Although the Shakyamuni held a higher position than him, an elder, he had only learned about it now when his disciples were talking about it. It was apparent how high his position was in the eyes of the higher-up. Uncle, what's wrong? Luo Yun saw that Luo Yang's complexion didn't look too good and couldn't help but ask. Luo Yang shook his head. Nothing. Among the martial artists in the Stargaze Palace, are there any leaders? It seems like the leaders have all retreated. The ones left behind are all ordinary disciples. There were a few thousand of them. Haha, what a pity that I wasn't able to participate in such a grand event. Clearly, Luo Yun was still holding a grudge over the humiliation he had suffered at the Stargaze Palace. The leader hasn't been executed yet. What's the use of killing a few ant-like disciples? Luo Yang sneered. That's still satisfying. Eldest uncle, don't forget how the Stargaze dealt with the 9 Palace faction. Brother Tianzi was killed by the Stargaze Palace. Luo Yang said sinisterly, the chief evil is not dead. No matter how many ants I kill, it will not be enough to quench the hatred in my heart. Luo Yun smiled and said, Uncle, since the head Dao warrior has already laid his hands on the human nations, why don't we go to the Heavenly Prince Mansion and have another massacre? What do you think? Luo Yang said coldly, it was Qin Wushuang who had killed Luo Ting. If the head Dao warrior wants revenge, he should have made a move on Qin Wushuang's people. Humph, most of the disciples do not have much feelings. It's nothing much to kill them. Could it be that Qin Wushuang would feel heartache? Yes, he would not feel heartache if the ones who died were not his relative. Luo Yun added fuel to the fire. Landlords were stood on the spot awkwardly and listened to their frank and assured conversation. Bao Bao and Lone also looked at Qin Wushuang from time to time. Apparently, they were also observing Qin Wushuang's reaction and waiting for Qin Wushuang's orders. In the end, Qin Wushuang's rationality won over his impulse. After returning to his residence, Qin Wushuang sat on the stool as if he had lost his soul. He pressed his 5 fingers on the table and left a deep handprint. Boss, are you all right? Bao Bao asked carefully. Boss, don't be too sad. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect had violated the agreement and made a move on the human countries. It means that Luo Tongtian has lost his cool. It's the best chance for us to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Gone, all those disciples are gone. Qin Wushuang mumbled. Up to this point, he could not face this news calmly. All of this happened too suddenly. Boss, it's useless to feel sad now. Yes, boss, the most important thing now is to pull yourself together. Qin Wushuang had always been strong. Even during the most difficult times, He had never felt so depressed. Instantly, a few thousand of his fellow disciples had been slaughtered. Without a doubt, the Stargaze Palace would be devastated. Most likely, such a gigantic sect would suffer a great loss. Qin Wushuang felt that although he had not killed those disciples, regardless, it was related to him. However, he had no other choice. There was no way to make up for it. Compared to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, the Stargaze Palace was too tiny. If the heavenly Luo Daoist sect wanted to deal with the Stargaze Palace, they could make a move at any time. Even without the factor of Qin Wushuang, the fate of the Stargaze Palace was clear after they had offended the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. One could even say that without Qin Wushuang, the Stargaze Palace would not have survived the calamity of the Nine Palaces invasion. However, what about it? In the end, Qin Wushuang could not convince himself and could not let go. On the contrary, the anger inside his heart had become even more intense. Tonight, make a move. Qin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Initially, Bao Bao and Lone were warlike people. However, at this moment, they could not help but ask, "Boss, are you sure you are ready?" They were also worried that Qin Wushuang would make a mistake because he could not control his anger. Qin Wushuang took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I have never been calmer than now. Declaring war on the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will start with Luo Yang. Bao Bao, Mole, as usual, you will be in charge of attracting the elite warriors next to Luo Yang. Jade Hair, get ready to perform the divine venomous insect technique. Lone will be in charge of cleaning up the miscellaneous fish that had intruded. Success or failure will depend on tonight. Boss, it's not that I have a crow's mouth." Suddenly, Bao Bao said, what if we fail tonight?" A determined look emerged from Qin Wushuang's eyes. "We will not fail." Bao Bao mumbled, "What if something unexpected happens?" This was a test of Qin Wushuang's decision on the spot. After thinking for a while, in the end, Qin Wushuang said, "In case something unexpected happens, retreat immediately and do not linger in battle." When he said these words, inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt extremely sorrowful. However, he knew that this was his only choice. If something unexpected happened and they did not retreat, what awaited them would be falling into a heavy encirclement and a bitter battle to the death. He must avenge the Stargaze Palace for slaughtering his sect. However, to take revenge, he must survive. Only by surviving would he have the capital to carry out his revenge. This was a simple principle. Qin Wushuang called Landlord Zhuo before him and instructed him with his spiritual perception. Landlord Zhuo could not help but nod. As the night gradually darkened, the servants were busy in the backyard of the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. Luo Yang was in a great mood as he invited Landlord Zhuo for a drink. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not miss this opportunity. This backyard was rather quiet and the best place to make his move. When the servants had all retreated, Luo Yang called out, "Junior Zhuo, please." Landlord Zhuo said with a smile, "Elder Luo Yang, I am overwhelmed by your favor for holding 3 banquets a day. For this kindness, I must repay it." "Not at all, I also hit it off with you at first sight. Come, let's drink." After drinking a cup, Landlord Zhuo stood up to refill Luo Yang's cup. However, one of Luo Yang's servants walked up and snatched the task from Landlord Zhuo's hands. "Mr. Zhuo, for such a small matter, let us do it." Landlord Zhuo laughed and let go of the handle of the wine pot. The valet filled both cups with water. Luo Yang said with a smile, "Junior Zhuo, today, I am in a great mood. The Stargaze Palace has always been the source of my hatred. Although I did not get rid of them completely this time, at least some of my hatred had been reduced. For this joyous occasion, let's drink." After drinking a few cups, suddenly, everyone at the scene felt a wave of slight movement from the ground. This movement shook the cups on the table and caused them to make a clanging sound. What's going on? Luo Yang was rather panicked. Instead, he spread out his spiritual perception to search for the cause. At this moment, the wine pot on the table suddenly tilted and fell towards Landlord Zhuo. One of Landlord Zhuo's servants had sharp eyes and nimble hands as he caught the wine pot before it fell to the ground. He straightened his back from under the table and put the pot back to its original place. Landlords were said with surprise, could it be an earthquake? Suddenly, a strange light flashed across Luo Yang's eyes as he looked to the east. Go, there is movement in that direction, let's go check it out. And the north. Next to Luo Yang, there were 4 personal servants. 2 of them had left and the other 2 stayed behind to follow Luo Yang closely. At this moment, the shaking gradually weakened and finally calmed down. Landlords were said as if relieved of a heavy burden. It finally stopped. Elder Luo Yang, could it be an invasion by foreign enemies? Luo Yang laughed. Invasion by foreign enemies? If it's foreign enemies, why would they come to this sea of bamboo courtyard? Most likely, it's the spiritual beasts that came down from the wolf ivory peak. Seeing Luo Yang's unconcerned expression, the matter of the spiritual beasts coming down from the wolf ivory peak must have happened frequently. Come, let's drink and calm down. Landlords were laughed and picked up that wine pot again. This time, although Luo Yang's 2 servants wanted to help, they were not as fast as landlords were. They did not say anything when they saw landlords had already filled the cup. Cheers! After drinking 3 cups in a row, landlords could not help but ask, Elder Luo Yang, why are the 2 friends that went after them not back yet? Should I send someone to take a look? Luo Yang did not mind. No need, they won't get lost. Don't look at how big this heavenly sun mountain is. In fact, it's much safer than the outside. Whoever dares to barge in without eyes would be digging their own grave. While he spoke, suddenly, Luo Yang's blood surged and his expression changed slightly. He looked back and saw that his 2 servants had suddenly fallen to the ground without him noticing. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Just when he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt that his sea of spiritual qi was empty and he could not summon any spiritual qi. Landlords still had a calm smile on his face. However, in Luo Yang's eyes, this smiling face appeared extremely malevolent. One moment, it was clear, and the next moment, it was blurry. You! Luo Yang pointed at landlords Without even drawing blood, this Luo Yang had already fallen. Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture and instructed, Precious pig, mystical horse, go help them. Don't make a big commotion and take care of those 2 servants that went after them. Then, return to the room and don't move anything. Just make it look like the banquet has ended. Yes. Bring him back to the room. With Luo Yang in his hands, Qin Wushuang had become much calmer. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 544. Initially, the tremors and the dropping of the wine pot were all tricks planned by Qin Wushuang. The instant the wine pot dropped to the ground, Qin Wushuang blew into the pot with one breath and blew the prepared poison into the pot. And this poison was specially refined by the jade rabbit. It could prevent people from using the spiritual qi in their dantian. Naturally, landlord's was fine because he had already consumed the antidote. However, Luo Yang was not an immortal. Of course, he could not predict such a calamity. Currently, Moon Palace Jade Rabbit was extremely proficient in the divine venomous insect technique. Since Luo Yang was restrained by them, he had no room to resist. When Luo Yang woke up, his spiritual perception was completely controlled by Qin Wushuang. The divine venomous insect inside his body had completely controlled his spiritual perception. It's an honor to meet you, Master. Luo Yang walked over respectfully. Qin Wushuang looked at Luo Yang coldly and said while restraining his anger, For tonight's matter, you should know how to end it, right? Please rest assured, Master, I know what to do. Currently, Luo Yang held the highest position in the Sea of Bamboo courtyard. After Precious Pig and Mystical Horse had captured Luo Yang's 2 subordinates alive, all movements at the Sea of Bamboo courtyard had disappeared. Qin Wushuang was extremely satisfied with tonight's operation. After taking care of Luo Yang, it was equivalent to the perfect first step of the entire plan. A good beginning was half the battle. After taking care of Luo Yang, Qin Wushuang's head had also become much clearer. Although that surge of hatred and anger still burned fiercely in his chest, at this moment, Qin Wushuang was not as uncertain as before. He knew that the execution of the entire plan was becoming more and more assured. Early next morning, Luo Yang brought his 4 trusted subordinates to find Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang did not want to drag it out any longer to prevent any unexpected events from happening. "Master, we can depart now," Luo Yang said. According to the plan, the 5 sealed spiritual beasts would return to the sealed scroll. Bao Bao and Lone would follow Qin Wushuang. Landlord Zhuo and his 3 other subordinates would stay at the Sea of Bamboo courtyard to keep in touch. Luo Yang only brought 2 of his 4 attendants. Plus Qin Wushuang, Bao Bao, and Lone, there were 6 people in the group. After all, this was the territory of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. When Qin Wushuang showed the route on the map to Luo Yang was also somewhat surprised. "Master, you are going to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley? Is this place called the 9 refined mysterious wind valley?" Qin Wushuang pointed at the map and asked. Luo Yang's face was dark and uncertain. "Yes, the 9 refined mysterious wind valley." Clearly, this name caused even someone of Luo Yang's status to feel extreme fear. "We can't go to this place." Qin Wushuang couldn't help but ask. "It's not that I can't go, but this place is too dangerous." There was a deep sense of fear in Luo Yang's voice. Obviously, this place had always been a place that he was afraid of. "Don't stutter. Look, how many layers of defense are there in the middle of this route to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley?" Qin Wushuang asked. Luo Yang did not dare to disobey as he looked at it seriously. Suddenly, he shook his head. "No, this route is not the way to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. This should be a secret path and it is extremely rugged." "Is it a secret path?" Qin Wushuang did not expect this. "It must be a secret path. From what I know, this is the correct way to go to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley." Luo Yang drew a few winding paths on the map. "Must we go this way?" Qin Wushuang could not help but ask. To go to the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, you must take the correct path. Otherwise, there would be layers upon layers of traps and unimaginable risks that could appear. Most importantly, if you take the secret path, it's possible that you will be discovered by the patrolling protectors. In that case, regardless of your motive, it would be trespassing into the forbidden area. Luo Yang had analyzed the pros and cons clearly. However, he had left Qin Wushuang in a dilemma. It was reasonable for Lu Xianlu to design this secret path. It was because regardless of how powerful Lu Xianlu was, he would not have the foresight to know that the person who inherited his will would be able to perform the divine venomous insect technique and control the puppets to acquire the Elder Command Plate. In other words, Lu Xianlu had never considered entering the 9 refined mysterious wind valley through the correct path. Currently, Qin Wushuang had controlled Luo Yang. With an elder leading the way, he could take the correct path and enter openly. Of course, he could also choose to take this secret path. The advantage of taking the secret path was that he would not need to worry about being interrogated. He would not need to find excuses and would not expose any flaws. However, the disadvantages were also apparent. He would encounter traps and unexpected risks if he took the secret path. Most likely, he would encounter the patrolling protectors. Any one of these risks would cause his plan to collapse. Clearly, Bao Bao and Lone also knew the pros and cons of this matter. They both looked at Qin Wushuang and waited for him to make the final decision. After a moment of consideration, Qin Wushuang decided to continue playing Luo Yang's card. He asked, "Luo Yang, although you are an elder of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, since this 9 refined mysterious wind valley is a forbidden place, what reason do you have to enter?" Luo Yang did not hide it as he said with a bitter smile, "Honestly, I cannot find a convincing reason." "Then how many layers of defense are there if we take the correct path?" "I know that there are 4 checkpoints. These are all the checkpoints on the surface. I don't know how many hidden cards there are." Qin Wushuang muttered to himself irresolutely. According to Luo Yang's words, it would not be easy to enter this 9 refined mysterious wind valley. Regardless of whether it was on the surface or in the dark, it would not be easy for him to enter with ease despite being an elder. After a moment of thinking, he asked, Luo Yang, in the end, what kind of place is this 9 refined mysterious wind valley? There must be some reason why the heavenly Luo Daoist sect set it as a forbidden place, right? Luo Yang said, there are many rumors about the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. However, the most accurate rumor should be about that subduing devil stone tablet. Inside the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, there is a subduing devil stone tablet. It is rumored that it seals 2 divine Dao demonic spirits that wreaked havoc at the heavenly Sun Mountain. Divine Dao demonic spirits. Qin Wushuang found it incredibly inconceivable. How could elite warriors of the divine Dao be sealed inside the heavenly Sun Mountain? Could it be that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect once had elite warriors of the divine Dao? Yes, there is a subduing devil stone tablet. However, regarding what kind of demonic spirits are sealed inside, I am afraid only the head Dao warriors would know. For others, even the second Dao warrior would not know. Luo Yang kept sighing with emotion. Besides the subduing devil stone tablet, what other rumors are there? It is rumored that the 9 refined mysterious wind valley is the immemorial divine battlefield. Therefore, inside the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, the spiritual qi is abundant. At the same time, it is also extremely dangerous. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, each core disciple would have at least one chance to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley to train. This time period is 3 years. Therefore, the 9 refined mysterious wind valley is usually not open to the public. This way, even you would find it difficult to enter, right? Luo Yang said, not necessarily. All elders of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect are qualified to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. However, the prerequisite is that you must have a reason to enter. A reason? A strange color flashed across Qin Wushuang's eyes. I believe you must have a reason, right? Luo Yang gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Yes, I already thought of a reason. Tell me about it, Qin Wushuang said in a low voice. Every 3 years, the elders of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect are qualified to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. I have not used this qualification for many years. In the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, everyone knows that I, Luo Yang, do not have a son. There is no one to pass on my legacy. What about it? I once said at the Sea of Bamboo courtyard that I will choose someone from my nephew's generation to pass on my skills. To pass on my skills, I must use a type of inheritance spiritual pill. To make the inheritance spiritual pill, I need a main material. For this material, I can only find it at the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. This reason was sufficient and combined with Luo Yang's own situation. Qin Wushuang laughed leisurely and asked again, will this reason pass? Whether I can pass or not, it will depend on what the people guarding the checkpoint say. In fact, Luo Yang was aware of his current position in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although he was an elder, in fact, his position was inferior to those exceptional core disciples. Or else, he would not have needed to wait for Luo Yun to inform him of the news from the human countries. This way, you still do not have the confidence. Luo Yang said sadly, my 2 sons are no longer in the world. Without a powerful successor, I am destined to have no future in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Thus, I do not know whether those people guarding the checkpoint will give me face or not. These were the honest words. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, does the heavenly Luo Daoist sect also guard against their own people? Could it be they are afraid that you will destroy that subduing devil stone tablet and release those 2 divine Dao spiritual beasts? Luo Yang said with a bitter smile, they are not afraid of this. For the subduing devil stone tablet, unless it is the power of the divine Dao, it is impossible to destroy it. Even an expert of the exquisite mysterious realm would not be able to destroy the devil suppressing stone tablet. With my little skills, certainly I cannot do it. Then you must use your brain. In general, I don't care what method you use, you must enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley, Qin Wushuang said with a cold yet determined tone. Luo Yang could not help but ask, Master, what do you want to do by entering that place? You will know when the time comes, Qin Wushuang said coldly. After making the decision, their group still walked towards the main path. At the first 2 checkpoints, when they saw Luo Yang's elder command plate, of course they let him pass without hesitation. After all, the more they were on the outside, the lower their status. Naturally, they would respect the elders more. At the 3rd checkpoint, although Luo Yang showed the command plate, he was still stopped for questioning. Luo Yang explained the reason he had told them earlier. The disciple guarding the checkpoint saw that the command plate was correct and could only let him pass. He said, "Elder Luo Yang, we can let you pass this checkpoint. However, the defense of the last checkpoint is presided over by Elder Luo Zhan. Whether he will let you pass or not, we do not dare to make the decision." Luo Yang said indifferently, "You did not stop me at this checkpoint, I am grateful. The checkpoints later on have nothing to do with you. I will not make things difficult for you. Alright, Elder Luo Yang, please." After taking back the elder command plate, they continued to move forward. After about 100 miles, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. The 4th checkpoint was not far from the entrance of the valley. Looking at the situation, it would be very difficult to bypass the 4th checkpoint to enter the 9 refined mysterious wind valley. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.